Chapter 2409. Ning Qi learned from these people that the terminus ground had appeared decades ago and had been discovered long ago. However, after decades of exploration, nothing was found. As time went by, it was inevitable that people would pass by the terminus ground and the news spread, causing many people who wanted to reap some benefits from the terminus ground. Luo Yi hurried over. However, while they wanted immortal pills and mystic treasures from the terminus ground, Ning Qi came for the ancient demon's corpse. His immortal cultivation had broken through to early-stage Earth Immortal, but his demonic cultivation was still at Human Demon perfected. If he wanted to break through to Earth Demon realm, perhaps the opportunity was in this terminus ground. Brother Ning, when we arrive at the terminus ground, you must follow the group and don't act on your own. I heard that the terminus ground is very dangerous and many heavenly immortals have died inexplicably there. My opinion is that everyone should stay at the periphery of the terminus ground and wait for those golden immortal patriarchs to discover something. We'll act according to the situation. What do you think? A group of about a dozen Earth immortals was hurrying towards the terminus ground. The one who spoke was the one with the highest cultivation among the group. His name was Wu Han, a late-stage Earth immortal. Ning Qi met them halfway and was immediately pulled into the group by the enthusiastic Wu Han. We'll listen to Brother Wu Han. The group nodded in unison. Ning Qi smiled and said nothing. To outsiders, it was a tacit agreement. Wu Han patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, everyone. I, Wu Han, have a wide network of friends. When we arrive at the terminus ground, our group might even grow. If there are any benefits, it'll be easy to get them." At the same time, in Yuqing's sect, apart from being recognized as the #1 sect in the ancestral star, the Jade Clear sect also possessed a famous ancient immortal artifact called the Heavenly Ranking. Although its grade wasn't high, its function was enough to make other sects envious. Every 50 years, the Heavenly Ranking would be updated. These rankings were created for the geniuses and experts of the entire immortal realm. Such a method could only be used by the Heavenly Tao. In the eyes of the public, it was very authoritative. As long as Yuqing sect updated the rankings, the top sects of various continents would obtain the data from the rankings. The door would then retrieve the data from there and transfer the ranking to the pseudo-Heavenly Tao ranking that they had created for every cultivator on the homeworld. These pseudo-Heavenly Tao rankings looked like the Jade Clear sect's Heavenly Tao rankings, but they wouldn't automatically receive news from the immortal world to update the rankings. In reality, even the Yuqing sect was unable to refine the true Heavenly Tao rankings. They could only use this immortal artifact that had been passed down from ancient times. Today was the day when the heavenly ranking would be updated. Disciples of the Jade Clear Academy were already waiting here, while the elite sects of various continents had also sent their elders, prodigies, and many immortals to the Jade Clear Academy on their own, all to see if anyone from the homeworld had ascended to the heavenly ranking. Speaking of which, the ancestral star had existed for so many years, but even the ancestral star's ancestral ancestor, who had lived the longest, had not had a single prodigy ranked on the heavenly ranking since he was born. Rumor had it that in ancient times, the ancestral star had taken up almost 80 to 90% of the names on the heavenly ranking. Alas, over the years, the homeworld had fallen from being the birthplace of immortals to a mere level 6 planet. There were too many such planets in the world of immortals to count, and even level 8 planets were not rare in the vast world of immortals. In the end, the prodigies of those planets were far superior to those of the homeworld. It wasn't just one level higher. "Murong, you're really early." A golden immortal walked to Murong's side with a smile. Seeing this, Murong smiled and exchanged a few words with him. This golden immortal was Elder Luo Lianxing of Feng Lin Province's Scarlet Thunder sect. Everyone knew each other when they were young, but they rarely interacted with each other after that. They would only meet each other when Yuqing School's Heavenly Tao ranking was updated. Such small talk could be seen everywhere. Experts from the 10 great provinces of the homeworld, Fong Lin Province, Juku Province, Ing Province, Zhu Province, Xian Province, Yen Province, Yuan Province, Chang Province, Flow Province, and Life Province, were gathered here. There were at least 700 to 800 of them, with at least 200 golden immortals amongst them. Remaining the rest of them were famous celestial immortals who had inherited the legacy of celestial immortals. This time, there were also quite a few prodigies who followed Murong over from the Xianjian sect, including Zhao Tong, who was taken in as a direct disciple by the old man Mysterious Sword. Senior Brother Nalen, I didn't expect that there would be so many golden immortal patriarchs and so many elite disciples of the heavenly Tao rankings. Zhao Tong looked excited. The planet he was born on was not as good as the ancestral planet, and his position in both his clan and sect was very low. Now that he had become a true disciple of the Mystic Sword sect, his horizons had been broadened a lot. However, when he saw the grand occasion today, and because he was standing on the land of the Yuqing sect, he felt that he should not be underestimated. Instantly, he became extremely excited. It happens once every 50 years. You'll get used to it. Nalen Shiji glanced at Zhao Tong and said with a smile. He stared at the heavenly Tao rankings in silence. Behind the three of them stood Li Zhongtong and the other geniuses of the inner sect. They were all extremely surprised that they could come to the Yuqing sect. Everyone, there's still an hour before the heavenly Tao rankings will be updated. Everyone, please sit cross-legged and don't make any noise. A voice rang out above everyone's head. Zhao Tong and the others looked over and a trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. It's Senior Kong Wen. I didn't expect him to be the host this time. Kong Wen has broken through? Murong and the other golden immortals looked at Kong Wen with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. They did not expect Kong Wen to finally break through to mid-stage golden immortal after just a few decades. At the level of golden immortal, the gap between minor realms became even more obvious. A mid-stage golden immortal could easily suppress a dozen early-stage golden immortals. This was also the reason why Jiang Kuan trembled in fear when he saw that Ing Zizai was a golden immortal peak. The person who came was Kong Wen, the Yuqing sect's golden immortal who went to watch the Mystic Sword sect's grand competition. Before he left, he even tried to use the 8-9 arcane art to seduce Ning Qi. The heavenly Tao rankings looked like an incomparably black gigantic stone. Kong Wen stood in front of it, calmly sitting cross-legged. When the others saw this, they also sat down and quietly waited for the heavenly Tao rankings to update. As the time neared, many of the juniors grew agitated. However, they weren't like Murong. Murong and the other golden immortals appeared extremely calm because they knew that the heavenly Tao rankings could not possibly change in 50 years. As for whether anyone from the ancestral planet could be ranked on the rankings, that was not even worth mentioning. It was completely impossible. Chapter 24:10. Coming. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. There were many fellows like Zhao Tong who were watching the heavenly Tao rankings for the first time. They were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Even before this, many people had already seen the rankings on the fake heavenly Tao rankings. But now they still had no choice. But he was excited. There was complete silence in the hall. Everyone was waiting quietly. When the dense fog condensed into the three large words Heavenly Tao ranking, a dense fog also appeared below, slowly condensing into a row of golden words. Immortal Emperor rankings. Langya Immortal Emperor. Everyone, including Kong Wen, revealed a trace of respect in their eyes. Langya Immortal Emperor, the #1 expert in the celestial world. This was the true legend of the immortal world. Even perfected golden celestials, mystic celestials, and even primordial unity true celestials were not qualified to meet the Langya Celestial Emperor, let alone a golden celestial. Perhaps in this immortal world, only immortal monarchs could see the true face of the Langya Immortal Emperor. Immediately after, the Immortal Duke leaderboard appeared. Immortal Monarch ranking. Emosia Immortal Monarch, Dragon Riding Immortal Monarch, Han Yang Immortal Monarch, White Emperor Immortal Monarch, Li Shui Immortal Monarch, Wu Liang Immortal Monarch, Sky River Immortal Monarch, Kuan Peng Immortal Monarch, 3 Chi Immortal Monarch. Every name on the ranking of Immortal Lords made the crowd respect them, especially when they saw the White Emperor Immortal Lord. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the Mystic Sword sect. In the vast ancestral planet, Ingzizai was perhaps the only person who had become a disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord. After the Immortal Lord role was the Immortal King role. In the Immortal World, Grand Unity True Immortals were known as Immortal Kings. The names on the list were exactly the same as before, there was no change at all. Immediately after that, it was the ranking of Mysterious Immortals. Some people wanted to search the ranking to see if the Yuqing sect's old ancestor was on it. In the end, they were very disappointed, but at the same time, they felt that it was normal. Although the Yuqing sect's old ancestor was a mysterious immortal, he was only at the early stage of the mysterious immortal realm. Even if he was at the great perfection of the mysterious immortal realm, he might not be able to enter the ranking of mysterious immortals. Not to mention an early-stage Xian immortal. The names on the ranking of perfected golden immortals were still familiar to everyone. There was not a single perfected golden immortal from the ancestral star. Seems like it's impossible for our ancestral star to have a genius on the heavenly Tao ranking. I'm really curious. Just how strong are these geniuses on the list? Are they invincible among their peers? Can you fight someone of a higher level? If I have the chance to spar with an expert on the heavenly Tao rankings, it would truly be a great fortune in my life. The leaderboard of Golden Immortals soon came out, and the result was the same as before. No one from the ancestral star made it onto the leaderboard, but there were some changes in the rankings. Next was the Heavenly Immortal rankings. This time, it caused Murong and the others to feel extremely shocked. 50 years ago, the person who was ranked first on the Heavenly Immortal rankings was named Yi Qing. What was his background, which immortal realm he was from, and what he did, the cultivators of the ancestral star had no idea. They only knew that Yi Qing was ranked first on the Heavenly Immortal rankings. It had been millions of years. But this time, when the Heavenly Immortal leaderboard appeared, the first place was no longer Yi Qing. He had become the second place, and the first place was a name that no one had ever heard of before. Be it the Human Immortal leaderboard, the Earth Immortal leaderboard, or even the Heavenly Immortal leaderboard, a name that had never appeared before. Li Xian. Where did this Li Xian come from? How did he rush to the top of the Heavenly Immortal rankings in one go? How strange! Everyone, including Kong Wan and the other Golden Immortals, were shocked. Other than Li Xian, the dark horse that suddenly rose up, the names on the Heavenly Immortal leaderboard were the same as before. I'm afraid that the personal disciple of some immortal lord has risen up. Many Golden Immortals thought to themselves. The changes in the Heavenly Immortal leaderboard lifted the spirits of those who were a little discouraged. Perhaps there would be more changes in the Earth Immortal leaderboard in the future. The ancestral star might also have geniuses that could be ranked on the Earth Immortal leaderboard, but unlike the other leaderboards, the Earth Immortal leaderboard would only accept about 100 geniuses. Therefore, if geniuses from the ancestral star wanted to be ranked on the Heavenly Tao leaderboard, they could only pin their hopes on the Human Immortal leaderboard and the Earth Immortal leaderboard. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the Earth Immortal leaderboard appeared. Earth Immortal leaderboard, Ning Bei Xian. No matter how long the list of names was, when everyone saw the first name, they were already dumbfounded. Perhaps many people from the top sects of the various continents were not familiar with the name Ning Bei Xian, but those present were all Golden Immortal patriarchs and true disciples of their sections. They had heard of Ning Qi's exploits over the years. However, they all thought that Ning Qi had relied on those two low-grade Dao artifacts to become so powerful. With such terrifying battle prowess, the heavenly Dao ranking didn't even take into account the bonus from the Dao treasures. It was only based on one's own strength. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for the disciples of immortal lords to get on the heavenly Dao leaderboard. They could just lend them a mid-grade or even a high-grade Dao artifact, and they would be able to get on the leaderboard. How is that possible? They're not the same person, right? It should be someone with the same name. No one could believe that Ning Qi could become the first on the Earth Immortal leaderboard. It had been so many years since anyone from the ancestral star made it onto the leaderboard. How could a genius who had only been famous for a few decades defeat so many seniors and get on the heavenly Dao leaderboard? That was impossible. The expressions of the golden immortals turned extremely solemn. Almost subconsciously, all of them looked in the direction where Murong was. Murong was also in shock. Behind him, Nalan Shiji, Zhao Tong, He Zhe, Li Zhangtong, Jiu Jian, Su Zhangxin, Yen Feiwu, Yang Xiaolong, and the others were all more shocked than the last. As if they had been petrified, they did not move at all, staring blankly at the heavenly Dao leaderboard. Gradually, a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. It can't be him. He Zhe gritted his teeth. His eyes were red, and he almost used all the strength in his body to spit out those few words. When he finished, he looked a little dejected. Senior brother Ning actually became the first on the Earth Immortal leaderboard? He defeated countless geniuses from various immortal realms? Zhao Tong's lips were trembling. Subconsciously, he addressed Ning Qi as senior brother again. I only hate that I didn't forcefully take this kid away back then. Kongwen looked at the heavenly Dao leaderboard calmly. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. But when he remembered that Ning Qi was only a disciple sweeping the floor in the Mystic Sword sect, his mind began to move. Perhaps, he still had a chance to take this kid into the Yuqing sect and become his master. This might be a great opportunity for Kongwen. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a figure appeared beside Kongwen. When everyone saw this, they quickly put away their shock towards Ning Qi and bowed to the figure. We greet the Yuqing sect ancestor. The Yuqing sect ancestor, the only profound immortal in the ancestral star. The old man waved his hand and focused his attention on the heavenly Dao leaderboard. Suddenly, he turned to Murong and asked, "Where is Ning Beixian now?" Chapter 24:11. Tell Xianjian that I want this kid. Old ancestor Yuqing smiled. His old ancestor Yuqing was planning to take Ning Beixian as his disciple? Everyone gasped, but when they looked at the Earth Immortal ranking, they felt that old ancestor Yuqing's decision was very normal. For millions of years, the ancestral star had updated the heavenly Dao ranking every 50 years, but there had never been a genius from the ancestral star who was ranked within it. Everyone could only look at the names on the heavenly Dao ranking with admiration and envy. Now, Ning Beixian, who was ranked first on the Earth Immortal ranking, was really a disciple of the Xianjian sect. That disciple of the Xianjian sect, even if it was the Yuqing ancestor who accepted him as a direct disciple, it would be very normal. Wait. Ingzizai is taking this kid as his godson, could it be? Suddenly, the golden immortals of the various top sects were taken aback as a guess came to their minds. If Ingzizai was really a disciple of an immortal emperor, then he was very likely different from the immortals on the ancestral star. He could even check the heavenly Dao ranking at any time. If he had seen a hint from the heavenly Dao ranking back then, old ancestor Yuqing, Beixian is a disciple of my Xianjian sect. I'm afraid that's not very good, is it? Murong forced a laugh. He was only an early-stage golden immortal, and the gap between him and old ancestor Yuqing in terms of cultivation was like the gap between a mortal and him. It was already very courageous of him to say such a thing. If it was a normal itinerant golden immortal, they probably wouldn't even dare to say a word. As far as I know, this kid is just a disciple without a master. No one in your Xianjian sect has taken him as a disciple, so why can't I take him as a disciple? Furthermore, even if he becomes my direct disciple, he can still be your Xianjian sect's disciple. Regarding this matter, you can go back and tell him go back and talk to Xianjian. He will agree. Old ancestor Yu Qing said flatly. With that, he disappeared on the spot without waiting for Murong to speak. Everyone, I will take my leave first. Murong quickly cupped his fists and hurriedly left with Nalan Shiji and the others. Everyone, including Kong Wan and the other golden immortals, had a flash of envy in their eyes as they stared at the direction where he disappeared. The number 1 on the heavenly Tao ranking of the homeworld was likely from the Mystic Sword sect, and if that was the case, the fortune of the Mystic Sword sect would probably skyrocket. The ranking list of young men had already appeared, but the crowd only took a quick glance at it before they were not in the mood to look at it. The changes on the ranking list of young men were even greater, but there was still no human immortal prodigy from the homeworld listed within it. Soon, everyone left the Jade Clear sect with different moods. Meanwhile, countless factions and geniuses in the immortal realms of the immortal world were confused by the name Ning Beixian on the Earth immortal ranking. Where did this guy come from? On a certain grade 7 planet in the celestial realm of the ancient heavenly court, within the true void immortal sect, a furious roar suddenly sounded out from a valley. Countless figures sped over and landed in the valley, looking at the figure roaring at the sky with complicated expressions. First on the earthly immortal rankings. I don't care how you do it, just investigate it for me. I want to know who this Ning Beixian is. Why did he take away my first place on the Earth immortal ranking list? Why did he take away my opportunity? The figure roared at the surrounding cultivators. Just at this moment, another figure flew over swiftly and stood in the sky. The figure gazed indifferently at Ji Hao's figure and said, "Young Master Ji, your position at the first position on the earthly immortal rankings has been taken away. According to our bet, my eldest young miss won't marry you. Don't come see her again." This must be a misunderstanding. I, Ji Tianming, have been cultivating since I was a child. I entered the human celestial stage at the age of 7, the earth celestial stage at the age of 58, and the first place on the Earth immortal ranking list at the age of 375. For the past 10,000 years, no one has been able to challenge my position. Give me some time, let me investigate this matter thoroughly. Ji Tianming's expression was a bit ugly as he gnashed his teeth in anger. From the day he was born until yesterday, everything had been smooth sailing. All cultivators who were at the same stage as him had to bow respectfully when they saw him. He could even talk to cultivators at the heaven celestial stage as equals. Even patriarchs at the golden celestial stage would praise him when they saw him because he was destined to attain the fruit of Tao. Because he was destined to become a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven. He had occupied the first place on the Earth immortal ranking list for 10,000 years. 10,000 years was nothing in the celestial realm. Many geniuses were short-lived. They were first today, second tomorrow, and even died in some unknown place. However, there were countless geniuses in the celestial realm. How many of them could make it to the top? First place? This was enough to prove Ji Tianming's strength and talent. Among the countless geniuses, he was considered a top-notch existence. It was a pity that Ji Tianming's background was not very good. The strongest cultivator in the true void immortal sect he came from was only a patriarch at the golden celestial stage. On this planet it was considered a low-class sect. However, because of his title as the first place on the Earth immortal ranking list, many golden celestials of the great all-embracing heaven and even Xian celestials personally came to ask him to be their disciple. They opened their mouths and offered to take him as a disciple, but Ji Tianming rejected them one by one because his ambition was greater. He wanted to marry Jiang Che, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. It was rumored that there was a celestial lord behind the Jiang family. If he married Jiang Che, he would have a great chance to become a disciple of a celestial lord. This was Ji Tianming's ultimate goal. At that time, he wouldn't care about golden celestials of the great all-embracing heaven, Xian celestials, or Tai perfected immortals. Everything depends on strength. Our eldest daughter is extremely talented and has the divine body of the goddess Nuwa. There are already existences on the celestial ranking list who have taken a fancy to her. Don't come looking for our eldest daughter in the future. The other party looked at Ji Tianming with a hint of disdain. For the Jiang family, a person who was once the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking list was pushed to the second place after only 10,000 years. No matter how strong an earthly immortal was, he was still an earthly immortal. Even if a celestial immortal could not suppress him, a golden immortal could? No? What about a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven? Therefore, if Ji Tianming could maintain his position as the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking list, the Jiang family would be interested in taking him in as a disciple. However, the Jiang family could no longer marry their eldest daughter to the second place on the Earth Immortal ranking list. If they were to marry her, it would be to a genius on the Celestial ranking list or even the Golden Immortal ranking list. Remember, don't ever step into the Jiang family again. Otherwise, even if you are the second place on the Earth Immortal ranking list, I can still kill you easily, like killing a chicken. Do you understand? After saying that, the other party turned around and sped away, leaving Ji Tianming behind with a livid face. Senior brother Tianming, when the disciples of the True Void Immortal sect saw this, their expressions turned ugly. I want to know who this Ning Beixian is. Chapter 24:12. Ning Qi didn't know anything about the heavenly Tao rankings. At this moment, he was with Wu Han and the others, and they had arrived at the edge of the danger zone. As soon as they arrived, Ning Qi sensed that this danger zone was filled with faint devil qi. This was only the edge of the danger zone. If it was the center, the devil qi would definitely be extremely dense. It's 3 million miles long and at least 2 million miles wide. Such a large area has become a land of death. Not even a blade of grass grows here. Birds and beasts don't dare to enter, and celestial immortals don't dare to enter. Such a scene is enough to prove that there is an ancient devil's corpse hidden here. This place is very likely to have been a battlefield during the Great War of the Immortals and Devils. With the ancient devil's corpse, there must be a lot of ancient immortal artifacts and immortal pills buried here. Wu Han stood in the void and stared at the vast and boundless land of death before him as he spoke with some excitement. Brother Wu Han, are we just going to wait here? An Earth Immortal Realm being said. He seemed to be eager to explore the periphery of the Forbidden Land. Wait, this is the safest way. Otherwise, even if we get the treasures, we won't be able to use them. That would be the worst. Wu Han nodded solemnly. I think it won't be long. When the ancient demon's corpse is dealt with by those golden immortal patriarchs, this place will return to its original state. At the very least, there won't be a situation where celestial immortals won't dare to enter again. When that time comes, we can start excavating this place. Then I'll listen to Brother Wu Han. Everyone nodded. Other than Wu Han's group, there were many other immortals scattered around. They seemed to be planning the same thing as Wu Han. They wanted to wait for the golden immortal patriarchs to settle the matter before going in to get a share of the loot. Wu Han, you are here too? Suddenly, a few figures appeared beside the crowd. One of them looked at Wu Han indifferently as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. These people all emitted a trace of heaven immortal aura, which was much stronger than Wu Han and the other Earth immortals. Big Brother Wu Han is acquainted with a heavenly immortal? You really have a wide circle of friends. Everyone looked at Wu Han expectantly, as if they were waiting for Wu Han to introduce them to them. Eldest senior brother Wu Han forced a smile and cupped his hands in salute. Big brother Wu Han's eldest senior brother? Isn't big brother Wu Han a loose cultivator? When the crowd heard this, a trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. Ning Qi was the only one who noticed that Wu Han's face had turned somewhat ugly to behold after seeing these celestial immortals. Ning Qi glanced at the attributes of these celestial immortals and found that they were all elders of Scarlet Thunder Hall. Don't call me eldest senior brother. You are no longer a disciple of Scarlet Thunder Sect. What is it? Did you bring a group of earthly immortals here to pick up some benefits? Hee, why aren't you scramming? The other party didn't give Wu Han any face and shouted coldly. Wu Han's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Only then did everyone react. It turned out that Wu Han was once a disciple of the Scarlet Thunder Sect. In that case, these people were the elders of the Scarlet Thunder Sect? This isn't the territory of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion. Anyone can come here. What right do you have to force us to leave? Someone muttered in a low voice. Wu Han's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice. Everyone, the danger zone is very big, we can just change seats, follow me. I'll listen to Big Brother Wu Han. Everyone glanced at each other, and then they nodded in unison. But an elder of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion stretched out his hand to stop Wu Han and the others, and he pointed at the fellow that muttered in a low voice. What did you say just now? The initial stage earthly immortal who was pointed at was shocked, but there was still a trace of anger in his eyes. Even though the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion is a first-rate sect in Phoenix Qilin Province, but it can't be so overbearing. This isn't anyone's territory, why are you asking us to leave? You're courting death. An extremely enormous immortal's hand smashed down from the sky, and based on its imposing manner, it seemed as if it intended to directly crush that initial stage earthly immortal. Eldest senior brother, show mercy! Wu Han exclaimed in alarm. The initial stage earthly immortal's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Before the means of a heavenly immortal, he had no chance of survival at all. Just when he was about to be crushed by this immortal's hand, Ning Qi, who had always been standing by his side, chuckled lightly, and then he lightly waved his fist, causing the immortal's hand to be shattered. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise and bewilderment in their eyes when they saw this scene, including Wu Han. They didn't know that this brother Ning actually possessed such means that even the immortal's hand condensed by a heavenly immortal could be shattered? Thank you, Brother Ning. That initial stage earthly immortal had escaped from death, and besides feeling a lingering fear, he saluted Ning Qi with a grateful expression. Those heavenly immortal elders of the Crimson Thunder Pavilion glanced at each other, and the existence that Wu Han addressed as eldest senior brother descended his gaze onto Ning Qi as he said with a frown, "May I know who you are?" As he spoke, his divine sense swept ceaselessly on Ning Qi, and he was extremely sure in his heart that Ning Qi was just an initial stage earthly immortal. But how could an initial stage earthly immortal so easily shatter the immortal's hand that he condensed with 30% of his strength? You don't have to know who I am. We're just staying here and not going anywhere. If you're not satisfied, then find a place to stay. Can such a big place not accommodate you fellows? Ning Qi said lightly. Hiss, including that initial stage earthly immortal that was saved by Ning Qi, and the surrounding immortals that were watching the show, all of them gasped in unison when they heard Ning Qi's words, and they were slightly in disbelief. Arrogant. Those few elders of the Crimson Thunder Pavilion glanced at each other, and just as they were about to join forces to suppress Ning Qi, a loud rumble suddenly came from the impasse, and then the ground began to shake. Everyone's expression tensed up. What happened in the impasse? Could it be the corpse of the ancient devil? After a few breaths, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. A few golden immortals fled in their direction in a sorry state, and behind them, there seemed to be a figure covered in black qi constantly chasing after them. Those golden immortals did not dare to fight against that figure at all, and could only desperately flee. Then, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Yi Rulong? Jiang Kuan? Ning Qi was slightly startled. He saw two acquaintances and a few familiar-looking guys. They seemed to have come to the Xianjian sect before, and should be good friends of Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan. When Ning Qi's gaze fell on the guy covered in black qi, he suddenly came to a realization. That guy should be a demonized golden immortal that had been invaded by devil qi. At this moment, he should have lost his mind, which was why he was chasing after Yi Rulong and the others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Yi Rulong and the others had escaped to the back of Ning Qi and the others. At this moment, Wu Han and the others finally realized what was going on. Just when they wanted to turn around and escape, they found that the figure covered with black fog seemed to be unable to leave the boundary of the impasse. The roars and whistles caused the blood of those below the golden immortal level to churn. They could not help but cover their ears with a shocked expression. Chapter 24:13. Ning Beixian. Yi Rulong frowned, his gaze landing on Ning Qi. The other golden immortals were the ones who had gone to the Xianjian sect to invite Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan to this place. When they saw that Ning Qi had also appeared here, their expressions also carried a trace of surprise, as they looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. However, most of their attention was still placed on the figure that was covered in black fog. Their eyes were incomparably grave. Only after confirming that the black figure was unable to take even half a step out of the danger zone did they heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. Brother Ning knows these golden immortal patriarchs? Wu Han and the others were shocked. When the immortals in the surroundings saw this, a hint of understanding appeared in their eyes. No wonder this young man dared to speak so rudely and was not afraid of the elders of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion at all. It turned out that he knew the golden immortal old ancestor. They began to guess Ning Qi's identity in their hearts. Legendary prodigy? The celestial immortal elders of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion exchanged glances with each other, feeling a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not make a move just now. Otherwise, they would have suppressed Ning Qi in an instant. At that time, how would they explain to these golden immortals who obviously knew Ning Qi? Yi Rulong, Jiang Kuan, they are Xianjian sect's golden immortal. Could it be that this child is a successor disciple of the Xianjian sect? However, I don't think I've heard of the Xianjian sect having an early-stage Earth immortal true disciple. The few of them secretly guessed Ning Qi's identity. Elder Jiang, Elder Yi. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Humph. Jiang Kuan coldly snorted with an ashen face. After that, he no longer paid attention to Ning Qi. His expression was somewhat unsightly. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, he thought of what Ing Zizai had done to him. Yes. Yi Rulong nodded slightly. Big brother, third brother, that person's body has been filled with demon qi. He won't be able to live for long. I didn't expect the ancient demon's corpse to be so difficult to deal with. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have ended up like him. Maplewood said with a tinge of resentment in his tone. The surrounding people immediately pricked up their ears and listened to the conversation of the few golden immortals. Only then did they know that the fellow who was covered in black fog and kept roaring at the crowd was also a famous golden immortal in the Feng Lin province. Not only was he an elder of the Broken Dragon sect, but he was also inextricably linked to the Feng Lin royal family. The relationship between them. It did not take long before the gold immortal, who had lost his mind after being invaded by fiend qi, began to change. His fleshly body kept growing larger and larger, until it was like a sarcoma that was rapidly filled with air. His original form could no longer be seen, and soon, twisted joints protruded from the sarcoma. At this moment, a bald, hairless spider appeared in front of everyone. This spider's head had a twisted face, and one could still vaguely make out its previous appearance. Hiss, 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 it kept walking around the edge and roaring at everyone. It seemed to be a little impatient. Even a calm person like Yi Rulong had a gloomy look on his face. They were at the golden immortal realm, but they were turned into such monsters. It was obvious how terrifying the demon tribe was. They couldn't imagine how the immortals won the first war between the immortals and demons. It seems to be. Jiang Kuan's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Ning Qi out of the corner of his eye. After a brief look, he felt that this demonized gold immortal seemed to be very interested in Ning Qi. Although it was walking around anxiously, it seemed to be trying to get closer to Ning Qi at all times. In an instant, the scenes of Yuan Long being killed, the Yuan family being destroyed, and himself being humiliated and angered by Ing Zizai flashed in Jiang Kuan's mind. Then, even Yi Rulong didn't have time to react. Jiang Kuan's mind moved slightly, and the next moment, a huge force came from behind Ning Qi. Although Ning Qi had been guarding against Jiang Kuan, he was still pushed into the dangerous place by this force. He was only 30 meters away from the demonized spider monster. They stared at each other. What's going on? Such a sudden change stunned everyone. They couldn't believe it. Why would Ning Qi take the initiative to walk into the impasse? That's right. Except for Jiang Kuan, Yi Rulong, and the other golden immortals, even the heaven immortal elders from the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion didn't realize that Ning Qi was pushed by Jiang Kuan. What is Brother Ning doing? Wu Han was tongue-tied. Is he seeking his own death? The heaven immortals from the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion looked at each other and saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Feng Mu and the others looked at Jiang Kuan subconsciously with a strange expression. Ning Qi was the adopted son of Ing Zizai, and Ing Zizai was the disciple of an immortal master. Whether he was the disciple of an immortal master or not, even if he was a follower, he was not someone they could offend. If Ning Qi died here today, there would be an explanation in the future. You're too reckless, Yi Rulong said to Jiang Kuan through telepathy. What does it have to do with me? He wants to go in himself. Jiang Kuan sneered and looked at Ning Qi with satisfaction. He was looking forward to the demonized monster swallowing Ning Qi in front of him. Hiss! The monster roared and suddenly stuck its head in front of Ning Qi. Just when everyone thought it was going to eat Ning Qi stretched out his hand and patted the monster's head. The monster immediately let out a comfortable whimper, like a puppy seeing its owner. Yi Rulong and the others suddenly realized that Ning Qi's current expression was a bit evil. How could this be? Jiang Kuan stared blankly at this scene as a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He could still vividly remember how this monster had chased after them earlier. How could it be so obedient in front of Ning Qi? Good boy. Ning Qi smiled and patted his head. Then, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Kuan with an evil smile. Jiang Kuan, your mother is dead. I'll remember how you pushed me just now. Think about how you're going to explain it to Ancestor Xianjian. After saying that, Ning Qi leaped up and landed on the back of the monster. Then, the monster turned around and ran towards the center of the forbidden ground, disappearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. So he was the one who pushed this kid into the forbidden ground. Everyone looked at Jiang Kuan with an extremely strange expression. They never expected that a golden immortal patriarch would use such a dirty trick to harm an early Earth immortal. Creak creak, Jiang Kuan clenched his fists tightly, producing cracking sounds. Everyone noticed that his shoulders were trembling. Thinking back to what Ning Qi said just now, it was obvious that he was not afraid, but angry. Big brother, where did this kid come from? Why is the devilish Qi ineffective against him? Feng Mu could not help but ask. Chapter 24:14. Jiang Kuan, what do you think? Yi Rulong looked at Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kun stared in the direction that Ning Qi and the monster left. This kid is not afraid of demonic qi or demonic creatures. He might have some kind of ancient demon secret treasure. Ancient demon secret treasure? Yi Rulong looked in the direction that Ning Qi left thoughtfully. Big brother, third brother, I'm afraid this kid is going to find the ancient demon's corpse. Should we follow him and see what's going on? We've been guarding this place for so many years. We can't let him take the fruits of our labor, right? Feng Mu's expression turned ugly. Of course we have to follow him, Jiang Kun sneered. Then, his figure turned into a ray of light and shot in the direction that Ning Qi left. Yi Rulong, Feng Mu, and the others looked at each other and followed him without saying a word. As golden immortals, they naturally had a way to defend against the faint demonic qi. However, Wu Han and the celestial immortal elders of Scarlet Thunder House could only stand there and watch. If they entered the danger zone, they might end up like the demonized golden immortal. Ning Qi could feel a sense of intimacy from the demon under his feet. The reason the demon did not attack him was probably because he was a perfect human demon. The demon had lost its mind, yet it was still leading Ning Qi towards the center of the danger zone. This was either its subconscious or it was actually a perfect human demon. This was either its subconscious or there might be something in that place that was urging it to go. Could it be that the ancient demon's corpse still has some consciousness? This was possible. When Ning Qi obtained the first mountain and river purple golden hammer in the ancient immortal secret ground, the arm of the ancient immortal already had some consciousness and determined that he was the descendant of the ancient immortal. Suddenly, the demonic creature under Ning Qi's feet paused and looked back. Ning Qi could feel that its emotions were a little hesitant, but in the end, it still chose to go towards the center of the danger zone. It's following me? Ning Qi's eyes flashed coldly, but he was not worried that Yi Rulong and the others would attack him. Ning Qi could still clearly remember how they had been chased by the demonic creature under his feet. Half a day later, the speed of the devils grew slower and slower. At the same time, Ning Qi noticed that the devil energy in the surroundings had grown much thicker. Even though it couldn't compare to the devil energy in the immortal prison, if anyone below the heavenly immortal realm were to come into contact with such devil energy, they would definitely be devilized. Perhaps only a golden immortal could temporarily resist the invasion of the demonic qi by relying on the immortal spiritual barrier. The demonic creature stopped in front of an incomparably huge pit. There were traces of excavation here. Ning Qi stood on the head of the demonic creature and looked into the pit. He saw a huge demonic body that was more than 200 feet tall. Its eyes were closed, and its ears were slightly different from humans, and its skin was slightly white. He looked like an ordinary human, but his body exuded an extremely dense demonic aura, revealing his identity. The corpse of an ancient demon. The monster let out a low growl and swung its head, throwing Ning Qi to the ground. Then, it retreated step by step in fear. I didn't think that there would be a successor of my demon race in the immortal world. A loud noise rang out in Ning Qi's mind. He looked at the ancient demon's corpse and saw that it was still motionless. However, there was an 80 to 90% chance that the voice came from his remaining consciousness. Senior, why did you specially summon me here? Ning Qi's heart stirred. My name is Zhuoluomo. I was one of the commanders of the demon army that invaded the immortal world. I was later killed here. I don't know how many years have passed. If it wasn't for those ants digging this place and startling my remaining consciousness, perhaps I would have continued lying here, waiting for the day that the demon race invaded the immortal world. At that time, the demon emperor would definitely resurrect me personally. It's a pity that I didn't get to wait for that day. Zhuoluomo? This name reminded Ning Qi of the devil, but the devil was a cultivator of the underworld, while Zhuoluomo was a demon. They were completely unrelated. From his words, Ning Qi found that he did not know that the demon race had been completely defeated, and even the demon continent had been torn apart. Demon Emperor? It should be the immortal Emperor. Existences of the same level might have died long ago. Senior, do you have any last wishes? Ningqi asked. Last wishes? If you have the chance to return to the demon world, you can visit the Moi family. Also, tell them that I have died in battle in the immortal world. I didn't bring shame to my family. No problem. Ningqi nodded. Other than that, there's still some demonic qi left in this ancient demon's corpse. I'll give it to you. There's no demonic qi in the immortal world, so you can't cultivate. It must have been difficult for you to cultivate to the full circle of the human-demon realm. Senior is so generous. Junior doesn't know what to say. Ningqi smiled, but he was a little wary. His purpose of coming here was indeed for the demonic qi in the ancient demon's corpse. He wanted to use the demonic qi to break through to the early earth demon realm. However, the other party's initiative made Ningqi think of the devil from back then. Perhaps he had some thoughts of taking over his body? Jump down and stand between my eyebrows. I'll use the demon race's empowerment technique to transfer the demonic qi to you. Senior, that doesn't seem very polite. Ningqi's face showed a hint of hesitation. Before I died in battle, I was a mystical demon. According to the immortal world's classification, I was no different from a mystical immortal. Although there's not much demonic qi left, it's still very abundant for your current cultivation. As a member of the demon race, why act like a child? Come up, I'll transfer the technique to you. There seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction in Zhuomo's tone. If a normal demon heard this and knew that he used to be a mystical demon, he would definitely stand between his eyebrows. This kind of temptation was hard for ordinary people to resist. To be able to obtain a little bit of demonic qi from a mystical demon, even an idiot would know how amazing it was. At this moment, Ningqi suddenly felt the silver dragon tattoo on his body heat up. If he did not look carefully, it would seem like an illusion. You think I should stand on it? The tattoo heated up again. This time, Ningqi was sure that it was not an illusion. There are a few immortal race ants here. What are you waiting for? If you provoke the mystical immortals of the immortal race, you'll definitely die. As for me, I'm already dead anyway. What's the harm in dying again? Zhuomo's tone was a little anxious. It was as if he was worried about Ningqi's life. Ningqi was already 70 to 80% sure that Zhuomo had designs on him. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was going to take over Ningqi's body. For almighty beings, be it immortals or demons, they all loved to use this kind of method. Back in the central mainland, there was even a Shengong immortal lord who wanted to take over Ningqi's body. Alright, then I'll have to offend you. Ningqi cupped his hands and flew up, landing between the eyebrows of the ancient demon's corpse. Then, an incomparably majestic demonic qi rushed into Ningqi's body from the bottom of his feet like a flood. Chapter 24:15. Oh? What do you mean by that, Senior? Ningqi said calmly. As a demon, you shouldn't trust another demon so easily. This is what I'm teaching you as a senior of the demon race. However, you won't have the chance to do so in the future. Ha ha ha, I, Zhuomo, am taking your body. Zhuomo's tone became louder as he laughed proudly. Ningqi remained calm because he had an inexplicable trust in Silver Dragon. So what if Zhuomo was a mystical demon? It was just a trace of consciousness left in the corpse. However, Ningqi felt that the existence of Silver Dragon was far beyond the level of a mystical demon. Senior, can you really take my body away? Ningqi said calmly. Boundless demonic qi was still surging into Ningqi's feet. Ningqi's demonic cultivation was constantly rising. The demonic qi washed through every corner of Ningqi's body, refining every cell in Ningqi's body. It was as if Zhuomo was preparing for his possession. You're very calm. However, when all my demonic qi enters your body, It will be the time for your spiritual soul to be destroyed. I hope you can still be so calm then. Zhuomoi's voice sounded. Yi Rulong and the others appeared one after another from afar. When they saw Ningqi standing on the head of the ancient demon's corpse and being enveloped by a boundless demonic qi, their expressions changed slightly. They were not sure what Ningqi was doing at the moment and did not dare to take a few more steps forward, because the demonic creature was still at the edge of the pit, staring at them with cold eyes. It's not chasing us. It's probably guarding Ning Beixian, Jiang Kun said coldly. When the Golden Immortal was demonized, he kept chasing after them. But now, he was guarding the side of the pit like a guard. From this, it could be seen that something strange was happening in the pit. Ning Beixian is devouring the demonic qi on the ancient demon's corpse. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? He's not afraid of being demonized by the demonic qi? Feng Mu's expression was extremely solemn. Could it be that he's a demon? A golden immortal beside Feng Mu suddenly said. Yi Rulong and Jiang Kun shook their heads at the same time. The demon race is already extinct. Plus, Ning Beixian is an immortal cultivator. How can he be a demon? I'm afraid he's cultivated some kind of body refining technique passed down by the demon clan in ancient times. That's why he's able to absorb demon qi for his own use. Yi Rulong said lightly. The eyes of Maple Tree and the others lit up. The demon race's body refining technique was recognized as the best and strongest body refining technique in the world. It could be inferred from various documents that in the Great War of Immortals and Demons, the demon race displayed unparalleled physical strength. They could blow up a planet with a single punch. Many immortal monarch existences were killed by the fists of the demon race. It could be seen how powerful the devil race's body refining technique was. In the immortal world, there were still many people who cultivated the body refining technique. However, they cultivated the body refining technique of the immortal clan. Compared to the devil clan, their achievements were far inferior. The most famous Almighty, who mainly cultivated the body refining technique, was only at the Xian immortal realm. Of course, they were much stronger. However, when placed in the context of the massive immortal world, they were truly nothing much. Most people took the body refining technique as a supplementary cultivation. Jiang Kun thought about Ningqi's performance in the past few years. He was even more certain of Yi Rulong's guess. This guy has infinite strength. It's because of this strength that he was able to suppress those geniuses who were several levels stronger than him. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the body refining technique of the demon race. No wonder he's so powerful. Jiang Kun sneered. The body refining technique of the demon race was regarded as the #1 body refining technique in the immortal world. It was not without reason. If Ningqi had really cultivated the body refining technique of the demon race, it would be equivalent to cultivating the top immortal Dao cultivation technique. In this way, it seemed normal for him to be able to fight those who were at a higher level. However, the body refining technique of the demon race had a lot of drawback. The human body tempering technique also had many drawbacks. In the celestial world, its value was far inferior to the top cultivation techniques of the celestial Dao. Some time ago, Ning Beixian kept buying the ancient demon poison in order to increase the cultivation of his body refining technique. In our immortal world, there is no demonic qi at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. It's fine in the early stage, but in the later stage, the body refining technique of the demon race will definitely need a lot of demonic qi. By then, the ancient demon poison will probably be useless. In the immortal world, there is no demonic qi that is enough to cultivate the body refining technique to the peak. Yi Rulong said lightly. The light in the eyes of Feng Mu and the others dimmed. They no longer had the urge to obtain the body refining technique of the demon race that Ningqi had. According to Yi Rulong's analysis, The body-refining technique of the demon race was of little value in the immortal world because it was destined to not be cultivated to a high level. For golden immortals, it would be a waste to abandon it. We have to think of a way to stop Ning Beixian from absorbing the demonic qi from the ancient demon corpse. When this ancient demon corpse was still alive, its cultivation would definitely be higher than ours. If Ning Beixian absorbed the remaining demonic qi, his body-refining technique of the demon race would definitely advance to the next level, Jiang Kuan said lightly. If we want to stop him, we have to get through this first. Do you have a way? Yi Rulong pointed at the demonic creature that was staring at them and was ready to attack at any time. Jiang Kuan's expression was a little pale. He suddenly waved his hand and the sky changed color. An immortal sword with the aura of a pseudo-Dao artifact sped towards Ning Qi. Jiang Kuan was using the Mystic Sword Sect's Rank 4 immortal art, the Sunpiercer Sword Art. It was the highest rank immortal art he could learn in the Mystic Sword Sect, and it was also the limit of most golden immortals on the Ancestral Star. Only a few golden immortals, such as Kong I of the Jade Clear Sect, could learn rank 5 immortal arts. The Sunpiercer Sword Art carried a yang qi that was the complete opposite of the demonic qi. In the blink of an eye, it was about to stab Ning Qi to death. At this moment, the demonic creature that had turned into a spider leaped up and spat out a mouthful of demonic qi. Jiang Kuan's pseudo-Dao artifact Immortal Sword was instantly hit by the demonic qi and slowed down. Wait. Jiang Kuan's expression changed drastically. He quickly recalled the demonic qi because the demonic qi was eroding the divine sense he had imprinted on it. If his divine sense was eroded, the pseudo-Dao artifact would become the spider demonic creatures. Hiss hiss hiss. The spider demonic creature hissed viciously at Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan's expression was slightly pale. He was constantly using the immortal qi to wash away the demonic qi on the immortal sword. Let's wait and see what happens. With this kid's cultivation, he might not be able to completely absorb the demonic qi on the ancient demon corpse. If he insists on doing this, he might explode and die, Yi Rulong said lightly. Chapter 24:16. In Ning Qi's ears, it was as if he could hear the sound of waves crashing against the reef. His body was the reef, and the steady flow of devil qi into his body was the unstoppable tide. Every time it washed over his body became more stable, and the vitality and strength of his cells were greatly improved. Refining. How much devil qi was left in a mystical demon? It might be very little, but it might be a lot. When Ning Qi found that the bottleneck of his human demon full circle was beginning to loosen, the steady flow of devil qi still showed no signs of reducing. Only 2 hours had passed. The devil qi that Ning Qi had obtained was estimated to be more than the sum of tens of millions of bottles of ancient demon poison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the early stage of Earth Demon. Following the system's prompt, a terrifying burst of devil qi erupted from Ning Qi's body. This devil qi was already on par with the immortal qi. His body, under the refinement of the majestic devil qi, was strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The speed of strengthening slowed down when it was about 10 times. After Ning Qi's dragon elephant technique broke through to the 12th level, his physical strength had been greatly improved. Now it had increased by about 10 times, and there was still a steady flow of devil qi. Ning Qi estimated that after breaking through to the early stage of Earth Immortal and the ancient demon's corpse, his physical strength would increase by at least 15 to 20 times. In the end, the basic strength of his body would increase by at least 15 to 20 times. At this point, if all 8 of the 9 inner hidden gates were opened, Ning Qi estimated that he could directly compete with a Sky Immortal in the exceptional realm with his bare hands. This was a greater improvement than Ning Qi had originally expected. But among them, the greatest benefit was the Devil Dao cultivation. Without the Devil Dao cultivation, without the 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Qi's current combat strength could at most fight a few middle-stage Earth Immortals. If he used all kinds of means, dealing with a late-stage Earth Immortal would be his limit. Boom! The input of Devil Qi began to increase by more than several times, as if the ancient demon's corpse was making its final preparations. After a cup of tea's time, Ning Qi's early-stage Earth Demon cultivation had completely stabilized, and it seemed to have the intention of advancing to the peak. Then, Zoro Moi's voice sounded again. "Boy, do you have any last wishes?" "No last wishes. I still feel that you can possess me." "Ha ha ha!" Zoro Moi laughed. In the next moment, Ning Qi felt a chill in his body, as if something had entered his body from the ancient devil's corpse. At this moment, the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's body began to heat up. What happened? What is this? Let me go back. I don't want to possess you anymore. In Ning Qi's mind, Zhuomoi's voice was no longer as smug as before. Instead, it was filled with fear. Before Ning Qi could mock him, his voice disappeared completely. At the same time, the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's body gradually cooled down. "See, I told you, you can't possess me." Ning Qi sighed softly. At this time, the spider demon seemed to sense that Zoro Moi's remaining consciousness had disappeared, and suddenly became anxious and violent. Before it could move, the ancient demon's corpse under Ning Qi's feet turned into black powder with a bang, scattering to the ground. The spider demon went completely crazy and let out a resentful roar. An extremely venomous roar rushed toward Ning Qi. This time, Ning Qi did not think that it was trying to get close to him. It must have fallen into a state of madness after seeing that its master was completely dead and wanted to kill him to avenge its master. "Jiang Kun, you guys have fun with it." Ning Qi glanced at Jiang Kun with a hint of mockery in his eyes. In the next moment, a Tai Turtle Aura Talisman was placed on his body, and Ning Qi's figure suddenly disappeared. After losing Ning Qi, the spider demon stood on the spot in a daze and looked around. "He's gone?" Jiang Kun's expression changed slightly. Then, all the golden immortals present, including Yi Rulong, released their divine will almost immediately, trying to find Ning Qi's traces. In the end, they found nothing. They could not even find a trace of him. So this is how this lad managed to escape from those golden immortals time and time again. Yi Rulong's eyes became slightly solemn. Compared to the devil's body tempering technique, Ning Qi's silent disappearance, which even the golden immortals could not detect, was more troublesome. At this moment, the spider demon's resentful gaze fell on Yi Rulong and the others. Ning Qi had disappeared, and it wanted to vent its anger on this group of guys. "Let's go." Yi Rulong turned around and fled. Jiang Kun, Feng Mu, and the others were a step slower, but their reactions were fast. As soon as they moved, the spider demon's attack fell on the spot where they were standing, burning a big hole in the ground. Jiang Kun wanted to find Ning Qi's whereabouts and kill him to vent his anger. However, at this moment, escaping from the impasse became the top priority. If they worked together, they might not be a match for this demon. However, they were afraid of the devil Qi on the demon. If they were not careful, their minds would be eroded by the devil Qi, and they would turn into a second demon. In this way, it would be even more impossible to defeat it. Therefore, they decided to leave the impasse and wait for the devil Qi to dissipate. After leaving, the demon would have nowhere to hide. By then, it would be weakened by the immortal Qi in the heaven and earth, and they could easily kill it. Soon, Wu Han and the others saw the familiar scene again. The spider demonic creature was chasing Jiang Kun and the others relentlessly, but in the end, it was a step too late. Jiang Kun and the others escaped from the danger zone, and it could only roar continuously at the edge. "Brother Ning is gone. Could he have been eaten?" Wu Han and the others looked at each other and felt nervous, especially the early-stage Earth Immortal who was just saved by Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was not around, he looked disappointed and sad. The corpse of the ancient demon has dissipated. The devil Qi here will be diluted by the immortal Qi soon. By then, we can suppress this demon together. Yi Rulong said lightly. Feng Mu and the others nodded. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The corpse of the ancient demon had dissipated? Wouldn't they be able to enter the impasse soon? In the blink of an eye, everyone, including the early-stage Earth Immortal who was saved by Ning Qi, forgot about Ning Qi. They were looking forward to the day when the devil Qi dissipated so that they could go to the impasse to search for treasures. 10 days later. Something is wrong. How could the devil Qi dissipate so quickly? Yi Rulong frowned. The next moment, Jiang Kun let out a low growl. That guy is still in the impasse. I'm so mad. Chapter 24:17. If you want to kill that kid, you have to get rid of this thing first. Otherwise, just wait here obediently. Yi Rulong snorted coldly. Although he hated and disliked Ning Qi, there wasn't a deep hatred between them. Jiang Kun, on the other hand, was different. His direct disciple had died at Ning Qi's hands, and even his clan had been destroyed. Moreover, the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Ing Zizai was a grudge among immortals that wouldn't rest until one of them died. Therefore, it was very normal for Jiang Kun to want to kill Ning Qi. So it's Ning Beixian. The celestial immortals from the Scarlet Thunder sect had a flash of understanding in their eyes. During this period of time, they gradually figured out Ning Qi's identity and background from the conversation between Jiang Kun and the others. The Scarlet Thunder sect had already received the news about what happened to Jiang Kun in the Xianjian sect. Only Ning Beixian could match this identity. Ning Beixian is indeed mysterious. He can still stay safe in a place where celestial immortals don't dare to enter. Even a golden immortal like Jiang Kun can't do anything to him. That demonized golden immortal also seems to be very close to Ning Beixian. Where did this kid come from? Is he human? The celestial immortals from the Scarlet Thunder sect had a deep doubt in their hearts. In the center of the danger zone, where the ancient demon's corpse disappeared, Ning Qi's figure suddenly flashed and was exposed to the air. The Tai Turtle Breath Talisman only lasted for 20 hours, so naturally, he could not stay invisible for too long. Ning Qi's divine sense spread out like a tide for thousands of miles. As long as someone stepped into this range, he would be able to react immediately. He could either enter the top cultivation training ground or leave with a Tai Turtle Breath Talisman. As Ning Qi breathed in and out, the demonic energy continued to gather in his body, refining his body. At the same time, Ning Qi activated the imprisonment dragon-elephant technique, wanting to maximize the benefit. Previously, when he was bestowed by Zhuo Luo Moi, the imprisonment dragon-elephant technique had already started to circulate and he had gained a lot of benefit. The demonic energy in the danger zone was decreasing day by day. Ning Qi suddenly opened his eyes and stood up to leave. There was still a lot of demonic energy in the danger zone, but Ning Qi did not plan to stay any longer. Now was the safest time. When the demonic energy completely disappeared, Yi Rulong and the others would probably surround him. At the edge of the danger zone, the aura of the spider demon was gradually weakening and its temper was getting worse. Yi Rulong and the others looked at each other and said, "It's about time to act." Almost at the same time, Yi Rulong and the others made their moves. The spider demonic creature immediately let out an angry roar and fought with Yi Rulong and the others. However, because the demonic qi in the danger zone had decreased a lot, its strength was also much weaker than when it had just been demonized. After a cup of tea's time, he was easily killed by Yi Rulong and the others. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and dust to dust, dissipated from the world. As soon as the spider demon died, Jiang Kun immediately flew toward where Ning Qi had been. He couldn't wait to kill Ning Qi with his sword. Everyone quickly returned to the place where the ancient demon's corpse had appeared, but there was no trace of Ning Qi. After a moment of silence, Jiang Kun suddenly slammed his palm on the ground, causing the ground to sink several feet deep. The speed at which the devil Qi is dissipating has already become normal. That kid has already left. Yi Rulong said lightly. I'm going to kill him. Are you going to help me or not? Jiang Kun suddenly looked at Yi Rulong and the others. Seeing this, Yi Rulong smiled. Not helping. Third brother, this matter is not urgent. Although the ancient demon's corpse has disappeared, it is enough to prove that this place was one of the battlefields of the ancient war of immortals and demons. Perhaps we can find some ancient Dao weapons here. The most important thing now is to find them before the other golden immortals arrive. Feng Mu advised. Jiang Kun glanced at the crowd coldly. You guys go ahead. I hope you guys will find something. With that, he flew into the sky and disappeared from the sight of Yi Rulong and the others. Big brother, third brother is... Feng Mu looked at Yi Rulong. He has already fallen into a demonic state. We must kill this kid. Let him go. Also, don't call me big brother. Yi Rulong snorted coldly. Yingzhou. Imperial capital. This place did not belong to any sect and was completely controlled by the Yingzhou royal family. Even the top sects in Yingzhou such as Xianjian sect, Xianyang sect, and Wind and Cloud sect could not touch this place. In the imperial capital, other than the imperial city, only the Heaven Arrestor sect was feared. Even some of the royal family's mansions could not compare to the Heaven Arrestor sect's status in the imperial capital. The Heaven Arrestor sect had 4 main halls in the imperial capital, namely Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger. Each of them was located in the 4 corners of the imperial city to protect the imperial city's dragon Qi. The headquarters was located in the imperial city. Heaven Arrestor sect headquarters. And Yang stood in front of a middle-aged man in a purple robe and described the process of how he recruited Ning Qi. That's right. This kid has offended all the major sections. He is the talent that our Heaven Arrestor sect needs. After the middle-aged man heard this, he stroked his beard and laughed. He looked at Yang with a gratified expression. He was Yang's father, and Xingdong. He had 2 identities. One was a disciple of the Yingzhou royal family, and the other was a 3rd-grade purple card constable of the Heaven Arrestor sect, a golden immortal in the intermediate stage. It was because of this that Luo Wei, a late-stage Heaven Immortal, could tolerate Yang. Report. A voice came from outside. Come in, and Xingdong said calmly. Soon, a black plate constable with the aura of a celestial immortal walked into the hall. He first glanced at Yang, and then he presented a file to Xingdong. After Xingdong received it, he turned around and left. There was the aura of a formation on the file, and Xingdong did not open it right away. Instead, he used a special technique of the Heaven Arrestor sect to deactivate the self-destruct device on the formation. He then opened the file and scanned through it. Immediately after, his expression became more and more solemn. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Dad, what news has shocked you so much? And Yang asked in surprise. Take a look for yourself. And Xingdong handed the file to Yang. And Yang took a look and his mouth turned into an O shape. First on the Earth Immortal ranking Ning Beixian? That's right. I just don't know if it's the same person. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. It's hard to imagine that there's a first on the Earth Immortal ranking in our ancestral star, and Xingdong said with a complicated expression. As a golden immortal, he had lived for a long time. When he was young, he tried to enter the human immortal ranking, Earth Immortal ranking, and even Heaven Immortal ranking. Without exception, he failed every time. He knew how difficult it was to enter the ranking. Therefore, He found it hard to believe that Ning Qi was the first on the Earth Immortal ranking. Dad, I don't think it's a coincidence. I've seen Ning Beishuan's strength. He's comparable to Luo Wei when he's unarmed. And Yang suppressed the joy in his heart and said to Xingdong seriously. Chapter 24:18. And Xingdong was a little shocked. Just now, when Yang described the conflict between Ning Qi and Luo Wei, it was a little understated, making him think that Ning Qi relied on the advantage of a Dao tool to defeat Luo Wei. He didn't expect that the real situation was that Ning Qi was barehanded. An early Earth Immortal was fighting against a late Heaven Immortal barehanded? He shook his head at Yang and said, "That's impossible. Even if Ning Beixian is really the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, it's impossible for him to fight Luo Wei, a late-stage Heaven Immortal, barehanded. The difference between an early Earth Immortal and a late-stage Heaven Immortal is huge. No matter how strong a prodigy is, it's impossible to make up for the difference between realms." Dad, what if Ning Beishuan's cultivation method is far beyond the Ancestral Star's rank 6 cultivation method, but a rank 7 cultivation method, or even a rank 8 or rank 9 cultivation method? And Yang said after a moment of silence. You mean to say that his true master might have a great background? And Xingdong was stunned, and his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. What Yang said was somewhat reasonable. If an existence with monstrous aptitude and cultivated a rank 8 or even rank 9 cultivation method, perhaps he could really fight a late Heaven Immortal barehanded with a cultivation of the early earthly immortal realm. That's right. It's not impossible. The Heaven Arrestor sect has received news that the siblings from the One clan who brought Ning Beixian to the Ancestral Star had also saved him from the 9 sect alliance's gladiator arena in the ancient heavenly court. Ning Beixian was only an early-stage human immortal back then. Early Earth Immortal. Dad, no matter how talented a genius is, do you think he can break through from the early mortal immortal stage to the early Earth Immortal stage in just 30 to 50 years? Even those famous immortal monarchs and Langya Immortal Emperor didn't have such cultivation speed when they were young, right? Judging from the information, Ning Beixian was severely injured and lost his memory. That was why he was with the One siblings. When the One family was wiped out, they brought Ning Beixian to the Ancestral Star. During that time, Ning Beixian also killed the Earth Immortal from the Wu family. All these signs indicate that Ning Beixian might be the direct disciple of some immortal monarch, and he ended up in our ancestral planet due to his severe injuries. And Yang narrowed his eyes. And Xingdong fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. If Yang's guess was correct, then didn't their Sky Arrestor sect just accept an existence with a powerful background? To the Sky Arrestor sect, this was a great blessing. Even if Ning Qi couldn't solve the problem for the Heaven's Apprehension sect, they would still act on their own. But as long as Ning Qi was alive until his cultivation or memory was restored, with his identity and background, it would only be a matter of time before he reorganized the Heaven Arrestor sect. And Yang, what you said is only a guess. However, you should keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. And Xingdong said after a moment of silence, Dad, how should we interact with Ning Beixian? And Yang said, as usual. And Xingdong smiled. He has offended too many people. It's unknown whether he can live to see that day. After a short pause, he continued, however, we can lean towards Ning Beixian when it comes to information. No matter what, he's still the black plate arrestor of our Sky Arrestor sect. We can't let anyone take advantage of him. Although our Ingzhou royal family isn't as powerful as the Feng Lin royal family, we're not weak either. Father, I understand. And Yang smiled. Top-level cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi left the danger zone, he found a sparsely populated place and entered the training ground. The majestic Devil Qi, he obtained from Zoromoy this time needed some time to settle so that he could fully absorb it for his own use. After all, the devil chi in Zoromoy's body carried his own chi. Breath was not the natural devil chi between heaven and earth. Ning Chi needed to erase his personal breath before it could be completely used by Ning Chi. Otherwise, the demonic aura would become a ticking time bomb that would explode at certain critical moments. Days passed, and the devil chi in Ning Chi's body was gradually converted into the purest devil chi, without any impurities, and without the slightest hint of Zoromoy's aura. In the end, his devil Dao cultivation advanced to a level higher than his immortal Dao cultivation, borrowing Zoromoy's immense devil chi. He had reached the peak of early Earth demon realm. When he left the top-level cultivation training ground, more than 300 years had passed inside, and nearly a year had passed in the outside world. This year's time was enough for the top sects of the major states to update the pseudo-heavenly Dao ranking. The name Ning Beixian was completely spread out because of the Earth Immortal ranking. In the 10 states of the ancestral star, there was almost no one who had not heard of the name Ning Beixian. Only those whose cultivation had not reached the human celestial realm, or those who had not opened the celestial realm yet. Only those whose cultivation had not reached the human celestial realm had not heard of this news. What is this? As soon as he left the top-level cultivation training ground, Ning Chi was almost knocked unconscious by the Joss flames in his spiritual sense C. The majestic Joss flames surged continuously, washing through Ning Chi's body and strengthening his chi and blood. It was not until a dozen breaths later that Ning Chi came back to his senses. He had originally calculated that there were only about 30 billion followers in the central mainland, but now, the number of Joss flames in his spiritual sense C was more than 10 trillion. It had increased by more than 300 times. Ning Chi had no time to think about it. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the imprisonment elephant dragon art, absorbing the unexpected Joss flames for his own use. Out of all the spiritual chi Ning Chi had ever seen, the Joss flame power was the only thing that could compare to devil chi in terms of body tempering. The Joss flame power that Ning Chi had suddenly obtained was much more than the devil chi he had just obtained from Zoromoy. The imprisonment elephant dragon art was operating non-stop. Ning Chi's body was gradually covered by a bloody mist. This was his majestic chi and blood that overflowed on its own. If a mortal appeared next to Ning Chi and inhaled a mouthful of the bloody mist, he would probably be able to condense his Dan on the spot. It might even be possible for him to enter the eternal stage. 1 year later, Ning Chi finally finished absorbing the sudden increase in Joss flames. At the same time, the 10 trillion followers were still transmitting Joss flames to Ning Chi continuously. Even if Ning Chi slept and did not cultivate, the Joss flames would slowly increase Ning Chi's physical strength. Quantity was probably the favorite cultivation method of lazy people. In the past, the amount of Joss flames that 30 billion followers could bring to Ning Chi was insignificant to Ning Chi's current cultivation level. However, now that he had 300 times more followers, and a large portion of them were human immortals and earth immortals, the amount of Joss flames that Ning Chi could obtain, it was enough for him to take it seriously. However, it was a pity that the imprisonment elephant dragon art was still at the 12th heaven. It had not been able to break through to the 13th heaven. It had not even touched the edge of the 13th heaven. Chapter 24:19. Ning Chi really wanted to know how his 10 trillion followers came about. He felt that even if he had killed many heaven immortals in Yingzhou during this period of time, there was no reason for others to believe in him, right? After all, they were all immortals. If they really wanted to talk about faith, they had to at least have the strength to completely surpass the entire ancestral star. However, could there be so many immortals on such a huge ancestral star? Ning Chi had chatted with Yingzhenshuan when he was at Xianjian Sec's missing moon peak. The population density of Yingzhou was indeed very high, but a rough estimate showed that the entire Yingzhou from bottom to top, including the immortals who had yet to break through to mortal immortal, was only about 5 to 600 billion. If there was not much difference in the other prefectures, the population of ancestral star should be around 5 to 6 trillion. In other words, even if Ningqi turned all the people on ancestral star into believers, he would not be able to gather 10 trillion, not to mention those earth immortals and heaven immortals. At most, they would feel that Ningqi's method of killing celestial immortals was a little strong, but that was all. Even more people would be filled with dissatisfaction in their hearts, for example, the inner sect geniuses of the Xianjian sect. Although they were respectful on the surface when they saw him, they knew how they scolded him. Ningqi, on the other hand, did not find it strange that it had been converted into the power of incense. He had offended so many sects in Yingzhou. The number of people who wanted to kill him should be several times more than those who believed in him. However, when Ningqi found out why he had 10 trillion followers, he felt a headache. Look, when did I lie to you? The information on the Heavenly Tao ranking is absolutely true. The Golden Immortal of Broken Mountain sect transferred it from the Heavenly Tao ranking of Yuqing sect. Hiss. It really is. The first on the Earth Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian? I heard he's a disciple of Xianjian sect. What? Are you joking? He's already the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, and he's a disciple of Xianjian sect? Can't the Xianjian sect discover his aptitude? You don't understand. Ning Beixian is an extremely famous character in Yingzhou. More than 300 heaven immortals died in his hand. He has offended almost all the sects in Yingzhou. However, according to my old friend in Yingzhou, when he entered Xianjian sect, he was judged by the Xian sword tablet. You should know that the profound sword tablet will never make a mistake, right? The person who came with him had brilliant golden aptitude, and he was accepted as a disciple by Xianjian ancestor. Naturally, Ning Beixian became a disciple who swept the floor. Won't be wrong? Wasn't it a mistake now? The first on the earthly immortal roll. This is not the strongest earth immortal in our homeworld, but the strongest in the entire world of immortals. The Heavenly Tao would not be wrong. Since it said that he was number one, then he would definitely be number one. Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, there were countless immortal domains. How many earth immortals were there? Yet he was able to become eminent amongst so many people and be ranked first on the earthly immortal rankings. His natural talent and strength are truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. It's said that the Heavenly Tao rankings doesn't take into account external sources of strength. But now I'm starting to doubt it. The reason why Ning Beixian didn't die after exchanging blows with Ning Beixian was because of those two low-grade Tao treasures. What do you all think? I think the Heavenly Tao ranking really doesn't count external forces. Otherwise, do you think Ning Beixian's Tao artifact or those personal disciples of immortal monarchs are more powerful? If external forces were taken into account, then this ranking wouldn't be so authoritative. The Heavenly Tao wouldn't be so stupid. It does make sense. Sigh, I really don't understand. I heard that he had just broken through to the early stage Earth Immortal realm, right? How did he cultivate to be able to rank first on the earthly immortal ranking with only an early stage Earth Immortal realm cultivation base? Comparisons are odious. Don't be angry, I'm even angrier. Ningqi looked at the pseudo-Heavenly Tao ranking and smiled at the person beside him. The other party glanced at Ningqi and found that he was a middle-aged man with a sallow face and a mediocre cultivation base. The anger in his heart instantly calmed down. No matter what, they were the geniuses of their respective sections. Compared to some rogue cultivators, they were indeed much better. However, they shouldn't compete with Ning Beixian. They should just compete with him. First on the earthly immortal ranking. Logically speaking, there should be a ranking like this in every corner of the immortal world. So how many people have seen this ranking? Even with the population of the entire immortal world, there's only an increase of 1 trillion believers? Ningqi couldn't help but curse in his heart. He thought that it was because he did something when he was sleepwalking that he gained some believers on the ancestral star. He didn't expect it to be because of the heavenly Tao ranking. Perhaps 1 trillion believers was already a lot, but when distributed across the entire immortal world, it was simply not even a drop in the ocean. Not to mention, the believers on the ancestral star should be the largest portion of the 10 trillion. The rest were believers from the various immortal realms and planet. If they don't envy me, if they have a little more faith, my Warden Dragon Elephant art should be able to easily break through to the 13th level, right? Ningqi shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. This thought merely flashed by. In truth, Ningqi was already extremely satisfied in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain benefits from the Joss Flame Body Refinement art so quickly. He also didn't expect that he would be able to gain followers through the Heavenly Tao rankings. The Earthly Immortal rankings already had 10 trillion followers. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to increase the number of believers by 10 times, right? Perhaps even more. At that time, the power of incense flames could easily help him break through to the 13th level of the Warden Dragon Elephant art. The ancient immortal incense body tempering art. If this art really has to be ranked, it's at least a top-tier cultivation art in this world. Ningqi's understanding of the ancient immortal incense body tempering art deepened. Even if his believers lost faith in him for various reasons in the future, he had already obtained the benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a top-tier cultivation art. With my current physical body, I should be able to completely withstand the medicinal power of the dragon blood pill. It's time to consume the remaining 9 dragon blood pills. After looking at the ranking, Ningqi left the Broken Mountain sect. He didn't go too far, but found a quiet place around the Broken Mountain sect and entered the top-tier cultivation field again. He was prepared to consume the remaining 9 dragon blood pills. He felt that these 9 dragon blood pills might be able to help him break through to the Warden Dragon Elephant art. The 13th level of the Warden Dragon Elephant art. If he succeeded, his combat power would skyrocket again. Chapter 2420. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. By the time all 9 dragon blood pills had been swallowed, Ningqi's qi and blood had reached an extremely terrifying level. With every movement he made, qi and blood would seep out. This was a side effect of Ningqi not being able to completely absorb them. Thus, Ningqi had to stay in the top-class training grounds for another 180 years before he was done. He was able to integrate this blood into his cells and control it freely. The confining dragon elephant art took another big step towards the 13th layer, but it still seemed a little far away from breaking through. Ningqi suspected that the amount of immortal qi needed between the 12th layer and the 13th layer might be several times more than the first layer to the 12th layer combined. At the same time, in a place far away from the celestial realm, Central Mainland, Fangtsuan Mountain, Dongfang Haojie, Dongfang Yulua's family of 5, Master Ning, Wang Lin and his wife, Fang Qin and Fang Shu, De Guzi, Little Yerzwa Linger Duan Injun and his wife, Niu Dezhuang, Luo Tianhua, Su Hongwen, and the other higher-ups of the War God Temple, as well as the higher-ups of the Wang family and the Blood Abyssal clan, were all standing in a hall. Among them, Master Ning and Wang Lin and his wife were the most anxious. "Master, don't worry. The Holy Mother will be fine." Little Anzwa Ling stood beside old Master Ning and comforted him in a low voice. Many years had passed, and the two girls had long grown up. They even exuded the aura of a 9 Tribulations creator. In the War God Temple, they were the fastest to reach the level of a 9 Tribulations creator other than Ningqi. In addition to the two of them, Niu Dazhuang and the other direct disciples of Ning Qi had also broken through to the creation realm, followed by Dongfang Haojie, Meng Qingling, and the others. Old man Ning, there is nothing to worry about. Ling Ming is just a child. With so many of us guarding outside, she will definitely be fine. Fei Yuding smiled at the Ning family's grandfather. Speaking of which, Master Ning was actually much younger than Fei Yuding, but because of Ning Qi, everyone regarded Master Ning as the same generation as Wang Lin and his wife, especially little Yer and Zhua Ling. When they were in the Qin Tang Empire, it could be said that Master Ning had watched them grow up. The bigger one was that the two ladies had now become the top powerhouses of the War God Hall. Even the strongest member of the blood puppet race, Shi Luo Venerate, wasn't a match for the two ladies when they joined forces. If one were to calculate it, the two ladies were also Yuan Venerate entities. That's right. Boss is so powerful. He must be protecting the Holy Mother. Duan Ingjun nodded. The small fry of the Cloud Rising sect had now become a first tribulation creator. This had a lot to do with the Titan bloodline that Ning Qi had exchanged with Duan Ingjun. However, it was mostly because of the atmosphere in the War God Temple. There were too many creators in the War God Temple, including little Yer and Zhua Ling. If Duan Ingjun had any questions about his cultivation, he would be able to ask too many Yuan Venerate existences like these. This was much better than the cultivators in the outside world. Yes, Master's wife will be fine. Niu Dazhuang smiled good-naturedly. Luo Tianhua and Su Hongwen also chimed in. Yes, it's just a pity that Ning Qi can't see this scene with his own eyes. I wonder if he has reached the legendary immortal race's mainland. Great-grandfather Ning nodded in satisfaction. He also knew that his anxiety was unnecessary. Although the sacred concubine Cold Sky had kept her cultivation at the Great Perfection Transcendence realm and hadn't broken through to the creation realm in order to give birth, as long as one was a cultivator, they would basically not encounter a difficult birth like mortals. No problem. He just felt that it was a pity that Ning Qi couldn't see the birth of his child with his own eyes. Everyone fell silent. Young Master should have reached the immortal race's mainland. Let's cultivate hard and strive to bring Fangtsuan Mountain to look for him one day, little Yu said with a determined look. Given Boss's character, he has probably already become famous in the immortal race's mainland. Duan Ingjun couldn't help but smile. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Little Yu wasn't the only one who wanted to go to the immortal race's mainland. Everyone present wanted to go too. Apart from being able to see Ning Qi, the immortal race's mainland was also the ultimate goal of all cultivators. That place was the legendary Holy Land of Cultivation. Just as everyone was discussing, trying to lighten the tension and anticipation in their hearts, two purple figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared from afar. Little Yu Zhualing and Supreme Python, who had the highest cultivation among them, were the first to notice the two figures. The two of them were overjoyed and quickly went up to them. Sister Macho. Li Macho nodded lightly. Everyone looked at her with complicated gazes. They never knew where Li Macho came from. They only knew that back in the Qin Tang Empire, Li Macho was already by Ning Qi's side. But different from them, Li Macho preferred to move alone. When she arrived at Minuscule Mountain, her cultivation made everyone's eyes light up. Even little Yu and Zhualing who had the fastest cultivation speed in the War God Hall, were weaker than her. At this moment, the feeling Li Macho gave them was somewhat familiar. It was the same feeling they had when Ning Qi first returned from the immortal prison. Human immortal? She has already broken through to the human immortal realm. Shilur and Supreme Python's expressions changed slightly. At this moment, someone noticed the short figure beside Li Macho. Hu Cheng? Why are you with Sister Macho? Little Yu asked in surprise. Hu Cheng smiled sheepishly. Before she could speak, Li Macho said, "Some time ago, I discovered that she was being chased, so I saved her." "That's right." Hu Qing shrugged. Oh, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. The reason for that was because Hu Qingzi's current clothes were exactly the same as Li Macho's clothes. The only difference was that it was a few sizes smaller. Especially the horsetail whisk in her hand, that was also a few sizes smaller. This sort of outfit was truly strange. Could it be that Hu Qing had already become Li Macho's disciple? That girl, Hu Qing, won't become our war god temple's second great homicidal maniac, everyone thought with a strange feeling in their hearts. Has the child been born? Li Macho glanced at the hall. It should be soon. Dongfang Haojie pinched his fingers. Saint Mother has been in the hall for more than a month. I think the child will be born in 1 or 2 days. Li Macho nodded lightly, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Everyone could only admire Li Macho's cultivation and homicidal maniac. It was no wonder that her cultivation would improve every time. This kind of cultivation attitude was something that most people present could not achieve. Inside the hall, Saint Concubine Cold Sky looked at her belly with a bitter smile. This child, after so many years, you still can't bear to come out? It had been a whole month since she felt like giving birth. Saint Concubine Cold Sky could feel that the baby was about to come out, but for some reason, she could not take the last step. Chapter 24-21. Saint Concubine Cold Sky raised her head in astonishment and saw that not far away from her, a woman had appeared out of nowhere. What shocked her was that she couldn't see the woman's face. There seemed to be layers of mist on her face. Even with her Transcendence Realm cultivation, she couldn't see through it. "Who are you?" The Saint Concubine's expression was cold. She was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, her divine sense rushed out of the palace, wanting to warn the people waiting outside. But the next moment, she found that her divine sense seemed to have hit a wall. "Don't be afraid." The woman chuckled. Her voice seemed to be filled with a special charm. The Saint Concubine's expression improved a lot. She couldn't see the woman's expression, but from the gentle voice, she could tell that the woman didn't have any hostility. Thinking about it carefully, the woman had appeared in the palace without anyone noticing. Even little Yu and the others outside couldn't detect her. If she had any evil intentions, she would have done it already. Haotian. Who is this Haotian she just mentioned? The Saint Concubine's eyes were a bit confused. Who are you? The Saint Concubine's expression softened. Suddenly, she had a thought and looked at the woman tentatively. You know Bei Xian? Did he send you? Sort of. The woman smiled and nodded. Where is Bei Xian now? Is he okay? The Saint Concubine was a bit excited. But at this time, she found that the baby that hadn't wanted to come out for a month was about to come out. Golden lotuses suddenly condensed in the air. In just a short while, the entire palace was filled with these golden lotuses. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the palace seemed to have skyrocketed countless times, giving off a beautiful feeling of a fairyland. In the next moment, Saint Concubine Cold Sky stared blankly at a golden lotus in front of her, where a naked baby had appeared. The baby was smiling at her and saying in a childish voice, "Hug, hug." The Saint Concubine looked down at her belly. It was already flat. Then she looked at the baby, her eyes showing a trace of disbelief. This was her child? How did it come out without a sound? She didn't feel anything at all. Mom, hug. The baby with pink and tender skin stretched out his arms. Seeing that the Saint Concubine wasn't hugging him for a long time, he seemed to be a little anxious. Saint Concubine Cold Sky reacted and held the baby in her arms. She was a little excited, a little confused, but most of all she was happy. This was her and Ning Qi's child. The mysterious woman looked on quietly and didn't disturb the baby. The baby seemed to feel very safe in the arms of the Saint Concubine. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and fell asleep. This is the clear sky reincarnation true technique. You can pass it on to her in the future. The mysterious woman suddenly waved her hand, and a jade slip flew through the air and floated in front of Saint Consort Cold Sky. Saint Concubine Cold Sky hesitated for a moment, then accepted the jade slip. Just as she was about to say something, the mysterious woman vanished. At the same time, the golden lotuses in the hall flew into the baby's body. Seeing that the mysterious woman had disappeared, the Saint Concubine let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was a bit disappointed. The mysterious woman hadn't told her about Ning Qi's current situation. She didn't know when she would get another chance like this. As for the jade slip, the Saint Concubine didn't use her divine will to check it. Then, she carefully pried open the baby's legs. A girl. Fine. A trace of disappointment flashed across the Saint Concubine's eyes. Although she wanted to give Ning Qi a big fat boy, a girl was also good. After all, a boy was better than a boy. As for a boy, she would have to try again next time. When the door opened, everyone became very excited. Limacho, who was cultivating, also stood up. Everyone's eyes fell on the Saint Concubine and the baby in her arms. It's born, it's born. Great-grandfather Ning laughed heartily. Is this the young master's baby? Can you let us hold it for a while? Zuoling curiously looked over. When Hu Qingzi saw this, he squeezed through the crowd to the front. His big eyes sparkled as he looked at the crystal-clear and cute baby. Ling Ming, is it a boy or a girl? Fei Yuding was the first to ask with a hint of expectation in her eyes. It's a girl. The Saint Concubine looked down at the baby with a doting expression and smiled. So it's like this? There was a hint of disappointment in Fei Yuding's eyes, but Wang Lin tightly squeezed her hand. A girl is good. Didn't we have a girl back then? I didn't say it was bad. Come, come, let Grandma hug you. Fei Yuding rolled her eyes and walked next to the Saint Concubine with a smile. Everyone hugged each other lovingly. Even Hu Qing hugged him. Because Duan Yingjuan's cultivation level was too low, he could only stand at the periphery and look at them expectantly. After a long time, it was his turn. Ha ha ha, let Uncle hug you. Duan Yingjun was very excited. Just as he was about to take the baby from Dongfang Yulua, the baby seemed to wake up. When it saw Duan Yingjuan's ferocious smile, it subconsciously waved its little fist and punched Duan Yingjuan's face. The next moment, in the eyes of many people, Duan Yingjun, who could be considered an unfathomable existence, was sent flying by the baby's punch. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Dongfang Yulua was very excited and was about to take the baby from Dongfang Yulua. Dongfang Yulua blankly held the baby, not knowing what to do. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at this scene in disbelief. Duan Feifei hurriedly flew in the direction where Duan Yingjun was sent flying, wanting to see if her husband was all right. Not long after, Duan Yingjun and his wife flew back. Everyone looked at Duan Yingjuan's crooked chin strangely. When they looked at the baby again, their expressions had changed dramatically. Hug, hug! There was a trace of fear in the baby's eyes. When it saw the Saint Concubine, it quickly stretched out its hands. Let me do it. The Saint Concubine chuckled and took the baby from Dongfang Yulu. The baby adjusted its position comfortably in the Saint Concubine's arms, and then fell asleep again. As expected of boss's daughter. Duan Yingjun rubbed his chin and couldn't help but praise after his chin returned to normal. Who here had ever seen a newborn baby being able to send a tribulation creator flying with a single punch? Even if this first tribulation creator was completely caught off guard, it was enough to prove that the baby was extraordinary. I'm afraid she will be the #1 expert of the War God Temple in the future, the taciturn Limacho suddenly said. Everyone felt that what Limacho said was very likely to become the truth. Ling Ming, have you given her a name? Fei Yuding asked. Let's call her Haotian, Ning Haotian. Chapter 24-22. Immortal World. Ancestral Star. Feng Lin State. Ning Qi missed the days when he was in Yingzhou. However, even if he went back now, the celestial immortals in the sects would not dare to attack him again. In this way there would be one less way to earn merit points. Ning Qi naturally would not be like a devil, killing innocent people to earn merit points. Of course, he would not feel at ease when using it. I only have 56 merit points left. It's only enough to buy a dragon blood pill. How can I quickly accumulate merit points? Ning Qi muttered to himself as he flew towards the nearest teleportation array. He had already broken through the bottleneck of the great circle of the human immortal stage and reached the early earthly immortal stage. The imprisonment dragon-elephant technique and 9 inner hidden gates wouldn't be able to make further breakthroughs in a short period of time. Next, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation to the early earthly immortal stage. He had reached the full circle of the earth immortal stage and advanced into the sky immortal stage. At that time, Ning Qi felt that he wouldn't need to fear ordinary early golden immortals anymore. A few days later, Ning Qi arrived at Fuyao City and was just about to enter the teleportation formation when a familiar face walked towards him. Jiang Kun walked out of the teleportation formation with an ashen face. He glanced at Ning Qi and walked away. Ning Qi was now in disguise. He was a middle-aged man with a sallow face. He had concealed his aura very well, so Jiang Kun did not recognize him. A trace of mockery flashed in Ning Qi's eyes as he walked into the transmission array. Suddenly, Jiang Kun's silhouette paused. He turned around and coldly stared at Ning Qi's finger. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes, as if he was recalling something. Ancient, immortal godly ring? Ning Qi couldn't help but smile at Jiang Kun when he saw this. Brat, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Kun roared like a mad lion, attracting everyone's attention. Then, he was about to rush into the teleportation matrix, but unfortunately, the matrix had already been activated, and Jiang Kun's figure disappeared instantly. Where did he go? Jiang Kun's gaze landed on a white figure in the middle of the teleportation formation. This was the spirit of the teleportation formation. Through the ancient immortal godly ring on Ning Qi's finger, he had already determined Ning Qi's identity. Yingzhou. The formation spirit's intelligence wasn't high, but it could sense that Jiang Kun was a terrifying expert, so it hurriedly revealed Ning Qi's whereabouts without any restraint. Yingzhou? He wanted to return to the sect? No way. Jiang Kun's expression changed. He threw down a bag of immortal stones and shouted, "Activate the teleportation array. Destination, Yingzhou." Then, with a flash of light, Jiang Kun suddenly appeared in Bianliang City in Yingzhou. He immediately walked out of the teleportation array and his immortal will swept in all directions like wave. The immortals nearby couldn't help but look at Jiang Kun because they felt the coolness of his immortal will passing through them. After realizing that Jiang Kun was a golden immortal, he immediately turned around and did what he had to do. Jiang Kun's idea was simple, and that was to kill Ning Qi. Even if it meant offending Yingzizai and having to flee the ancestral star, he would not hesitate. The facade between him and Ning Qi had long been torn apart in the land of despair. If Ning Qi returned to the sect and reported this matter to Old Man Mysterious Sword would not be able to stop him. It was hard to imagine how Old Man Mysterious Sword, who had been biased in the matter of Yuanlong, would treat him. He would probably have to face the wall for 1,000 years. 1,000 years later, to what extent would he grow? Would the Dajiang Peak decline and become the missing moon peak of the past? Since that was the case, Jiang Kun had decided that no matter what, he would leave the ancestral star this time and go to the vaster immortal realm to search for opportunities so that he could kill Yingzizai in the future and avenge his humiliation. Before he left, he would only be satisfied after killing Ning Qi. Damn it! After a few breaths, Jiang Kun retracted his immortal will. In just a few breaths, his immortal will had already covered hundreds of thousands of miles around him, but he still couldn't find any trace of Ning Qi. He knew that Ning Qi must have used that escape method again. But as long as Ning Qi returned to the Mystic Sword sect, he was confident that he would be one step faster than Ning Qi and wait for him. Just as Jiang Kun was about to leave, some gossip nearby attracted his attention. A few breaths later, Jiang Kun's expression changed slightly, and he strode towards a tea stall not far away. There, several human immortals were happily chatting about something. Every now and then, they would let out sighs of admiration. Say, if the number 1 Ning Beixian on the Earth Immortal ranking is really the one who stirred up a storm in Yingzhou some time ago, then our ancestral star will be able to hold our heads high. That's right. For so many years, the cultivators outside have been saying that our ancestral star has been declining for a long time, and that it might become a level 5 or even level 4 planet in the future. Now that our ancestral star has also produced an expert who is ranked number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, let's see who dares to say anything else. Is what you said true? Jiang Kun stood in front of them and looked down at them condescendingly. His expression was extremely ugly and his tone was naturally not much better. The few mortal immortals frowned at first and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. But when they sensed the golden immortal aura on Jiang Kun, their expressions immediately became extremely respectful, and they all stood up and bowed. "Senior, what do you mean?" One of the mortal immortals mustered up his courage and asked. "The number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking is really called Ning Beixian?" Jiang Kun said coldly. "Oh, so it's about this matter. Everyone already knows about this matter. Senior, don't you know?" The mortal immortal came to a realization. At this moment, he noticed that his friends were looking at him strangely. He immediately reacted and said respectfully to Jiang Kun, "Senior, the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking is indeed called Ning Beixian. It's very likely that he's the one from the Mystic Sword sect. Where did you guys find out about this news?" Jiang Kun was a little unwilling. Reporting to Senior, the Heavenly Tao ranking of all the places have already been listed, but the earliest source of the news was the Heavenly Tao ranking of the Jade Clear sect. Heavenly Tao ranking of the Jade Clear sect, Jiang Kun murmured to himself. If it was the Heavenly Tao ranking of Yingzhou, he would have thought that something went wrong and the ranking was wrong. After all, those were all fake Heavenly Tao rankings. However, since this news came from the Jade Clear sect, it definitely could not be wrong. It was either the same name or, is this kid really the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking? That's right, when Ing Zizai suddenly took him as his son, I'm afraid he had already sensed it. Jiang Kun turned around and left. After asking a few more immortals and confirming the authenticity of the news, he immediately flew towards the Mystic Sword sect. Chapter 24-23 Golden Light City. Jiang Kun guessed wrong. Ning Qi did not return to the Xianjian sect immediately, but took a detour to the Golden Light City. After showing the black card, he walked unimpeded into the headquarters of the Sky Constable sect in the Golden Light City, and immediately, a head enforcer hurriedly found Luo Wei and reported the news. Luo Wei was slightly startled when he heard that. What is Ning Beixian doing here? Luo Wei's expression was a little ugly. Last time, he was defeated by Ning Qi. Immediately after, he received the news that Ning Qi had become the first on the earthly immortal ranking list. Although he was not very sure whether the two of them had the same name, Luo Wei did not want to see Ning Qi again. He did not expect that Ning Qi would come to his territory this time. My lord, Ning Beixian wants to read the ancestral planet's ancient chronicle. Since he is a black badge arrester, we have no right to stop him, so he has already entered the archives chamber. Luo Wei's subordinate reported in a low voice. Reading the ancient records? Luo Wei was confused. Only the Heaven Arrestor sect would look through the ancient records if they found a secret realm. Could it be that Ning Beixian was the same? What else did he say? Luo Wei said coldly. There's one more thing. He asked us to send people to the Xianjian sect to find the Xianjian ancestor and ask him to head to the Liang River market. Luo Wei's eyes lit up. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he smiled and whispered a few orders. His subordinates nodded with a strange expression before turning around and leaving. At the same time, Ning Qi was still looking through the records of the ancestral star before the 9 ancient era in the scroll pavilion, trying to find some clues related to the ancient immortals. Compared to the Xianjian sect, the scrolls here were much more complete, and they were even older. But it contained detailed information about the first 13 ancients and the ancestral planet. After an unknown period of time, Ning Qi put down the last ancient book, stretched his body, and left the dossier pavilion. A chief constable was waiting respectfully at the side outside the door. Master Beixian. When the chief arrestor saw Ning Qi, he hurriedly saluted respectfully. No need for formalities. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Have you done what I asked you to do? It's done. The chief constable nodded. Not bad, the Sky Arrestor sect is really efficient. Ning Qi smiled and suddenly looked around. Where's Luo Wei? He's not here? Lord Luo has left Golden Light City for some matters. If Lord Beixian wants to see Lord Luo, you can wait here for a few days. The chief constable said in a low voice. There's no need. Since I won't be able to see Master Luo today, it'll be the same next time. I'll take my leave first. There's no need to send me off. Ning Qi smiled and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Lianghe Market. Jiang Kun waited for a long time, but he still did not see Ning Qi's figure. One day, he saw a cultivator with a Heaven's Capture School's waist badge, who seemed to be heading towards the direction of the Xianjian sect. Jiang Kun appeared and stopped him, and asked, You want to go to the Xianjian sect? Jiang Kun frowned. Senior, I have important matters to attend to in the Xianjian sect. The other party nodded. What are you going to do? Jiang Kun said lightly. Master Beixian asked this lowly one to go to the Xianjian sect to send a message to the Xianjian ancestor, asking him to make a trip to Lianghe Market. The other party said respectfully, Master Beixian? Ning Beixian? Jiang Kun was slightly startled. Why would the chief constable of the Heaven's Capture School address Ning Qi as Master Beixian? That's right. Senior, you might not know this, but Master Beixian is already the black card constable of our Heaven's Capture School. 4th rank constable, hee. Your Heaven's Capture School is really willing to part with it. Jiang Kun sneered. If not for coincidentally bumping into this fellow this time, he might not have known that Ning Qi had already been recruited by the Heaven's Capture School. Lianghe Market, you want the Patriarch to pick you up? Dream on. Jiang Kun laughed sinisterly. With a slight movement of his body, he instantly disappeared from where he stood. How strange. The order he received this time was to walk around the Xianjian sect. As long as someone asked about his purpose, he would repeat what he had just said to Jiang Kun. Before Jiang Kun asked him, many heaven immortal existences had already asked him. More than half of them were the peak masters and elders of the Xianjian sect. They were all peak masters and elders of the Xianjian sect. After all, the Heaven Constable sect jade plate on his waist was too eye-catching. However, was this enough to take revenge on Ning Beixian? He knew that Luo Wei and Ning Beixian were not on good terms, but he never thought that Luo Wei would give such an order. It was a little childish. A few more days passed. The Heaven's Capture School obediently wandered around the Xianjian sect. Suddenly, he saw a figure rushing over at an extremely fast speed. One breath ago, he was still in the horizon, but in the next breath, he had already appeared in front of him. Lord Beixian? When the other party saw Ning Beixian, his expression became strange. Logically speaking, Ning Qi should be in Lianghe Market right now, right? What are you doing here? Ning Qi said indifferently. The other party was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he could not repeat what he had said before to Ning Qi, otherwise, he would definitely be punished when he returned to the Golden Light City. I'm a black card constable, you know that, right? Ning Qi smiled faintly. This subordinate naturally knows. The other party hurriedly nodded. You are still so hesitant when the black card constable asks you a question. Could it be that you want to betray my Heaven's Capture School? Since that's the case, there's no point in keeping you alive. Take my hammer. Ning Qi sneered, and with that, he was about to attack. Seeing that, the other party was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What kind of joke was this? Ning Qi could even easily kill a Heaven Immortal. If he really wanted to kill him, wouldn't he just need to use a finger? Lord Beixian, it's a misunderstanding, please listen to this subordinate. The other party hurriedly waved his hand, afraid that Ning Qi would really ignore everything and kill him. This would be too unjust. I'll give you one more chance. Ning Qi said indifferently. It's like this. The other side said Luo Wei's order in full detail. Ning Qi heard it and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Luo Wei to be so obedient. I just casually said a few words, and he knew what I meant. He led Jiang Kun to Lianghe Market. Haha, go back and tell Luo Wei. Haha, go back and tell Luo Wei that I, Ning Beixian, will remember this favor, and will definitely repay him well in the future. With that, Ning Qi's body moved, and he headed towards the Xianjian sect. The chief constable was stunned on the spot. After thinking for a long time, he finally understood the reason for the entire matter. Chapter 24-24 Xianjian Sect. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning is back. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, you're finally back. Do you know about the Heavenly Tao list? Come quickly, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning is back. Come and take a look. Come and see. Am I some kind of rare demonic beast? Ning Qi's face darkened. In almost an instant, Ning Qi was surrounded by the disciples of the Xianjian sect. The outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples occupied the majority of the place, and there were also many sweeping disciples standing in the distance with looks of worship on their faces, but they did not dare to approach. After all, their statuses were too low. If it was in the past, although these inner and outer sect disciples were afraid of him, they would only avoid him and did not want to interact with him at all. They would definitely not be as enthusiastic as they were today. Ning Qi even saw a few of the guys he had hung on the missing moon peak, and now they also had enthusiastic expressions, as if nothing had happened. The same, affectionately calling him Senior Apprentice Brother Ning. This kind of mushy feeling was enough to give people countless goosebumps. Needless to say, these changes were definitely related to the Heavenly Tao rankings. Martial Nephew Ning, you're back. Do you want to visit our green bamboo peak? It was unknown when Ziyi had appeared, but she smiled at Ning Qi. When the inner and outer sect disciples saw this, they quickly bowed respectfully to Ziyi. Peak Master Z, maybe next time. I have to go back to the Moonless Peak first. Ning Qi smiled. After he spoke, he did not wait for Ziyi to speak. His body moved slightly, and he had already escaped the encirclement. He then headed towards the missing moon summit. Ziyi looked at Ning Qi's back with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. First on the Earth Immortal list, is it really him? The news of Ning Qi's return instantly spread throughout the entire Xianjian sect. Whether it was the Peak Masters or the Elders, they all rushed towards the missing moon peak like the inner and outer sect disciples. In an instant, the missing moon peak became extremely lively, and at this moment, Ning Qi and Ying Xuan had already arrived at the missing moon peak's Peak Master Hall. Fan Xing and the other disciples of the missing moon peak were looking at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a legend, which made Ning Qi feel as if there was a knife on his back. It was even more uncomfortable than the way his enemies looked at him. Can you look at other places? For example, this little grass? Ning Qi pointed at a weed in the corner. Big brother, they just want to see the face of the number 1 on the earthly immortal rankings. Yingzhen covered her mouth and laughed. That's right, senior brother Ning. For so many years, no one from our homeworld has ever been ranked on the heavenly Tao ranking. Even when the Jade Clear Sex Patriarch was young, he did not have such an honor. It is truly a great blessing for Moonless Peak that senior brother Ning has reached the top of the earthly immortal ranking of the heavenly Tao ranking. The celestial chi of the moon peak skyrocketed several times. At that time, senior sister Ying and I didn't know what happened. Later, when we learned that senior brother Ning was ranked first on the earthly immortal list, we understood that this was the luck bestowed upon our moon peak by the heavenly Tao. Fan Xing sighed. The rest of the disciples of the missing moon peak also nodded and looked at Ning Qi with a sigh. Alright, it's just someone with the same name. I'm not the first. Ning Qi waved his hand. The crowd did not believe him at all. They only thought that Ning Qi was being modest. During my absence, did Ling Yuan of the Wind and Cloud sect make things difficult for you? Ning Qi smiled at Yingzhen. Ling Yuan was knocked unconscious by Big Brother. I heard that he has already returned to seclusion. How could he have the face to come out? As for the Wind and Cloud sect, Big Brother and Ling Yuan had a fair bet, so naturally, they won't say much. Moreover, Big Brother is now ranked first on the earthly immortal list. Why would they make things difficult for our moon missing peak? Yingzhen smiled. That's good. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. At this time, another disciple of the moon peak came to report that someone wanted to see Ning Qi. Those who could make the disciples of the moon peak come to report were naturally the peak masters or elders. Just say that I'm not free. I won't see him, Ning Qi said indifferently. With so many people wanting to see him, how could he have the time to see them one by one? This time, he returned to the Mystic Sword sect only to find a quiet place to go into seclusion. With Old Man Mysterious Sword behind him, he naturally had a clear conscience when he went into seclusion. Yes, the disciple of the moon peak glared at Ning Qi fiercely and turned to leave excitedly. It seemed that if he did not look at Ning Qi a few more times, Ning Qi would immediately disappear and he would never be able to see him again. Junior nephew Ning, are you not going to see me? Murong appeared in the hall and smiled at Ning Qi. When Yingzhen and the others saw this, they all stood up and bowed. Unlike the peak masters and elders, Murong was one of the few golden immortals in the Mystic Sword sect, and his status was much higher. Elder Murong. Ning Qi smiled as he stood up and cupped his hands. Junior nephew Ning, you have really impressed me this time. In all these years, no one has been able to be ranked on the heavenly Tao list. You are the first. Murong smiled. You flatter me, Elder Murong. What brings you here today? Ning Qi smiled. The ancestor asked me to bring you to see him. Junior nephew Ning, please, don't let the ancestor wait for too long. Murong said. Actually, there is no need for the ancestor to say anything. I am also preparing to go and visit him. Elder Murong, let's go together. Ning Qi smiled. In the valley. Murong brought Ning Qi to the front of the stone tablet and turned to leave. After a few breaths, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ning Qi. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi with a gratified expression and said, You're ranked first on the Earth Immortal list? Amazing! Do you know that the 99 peaks of the Mystic Sword sect have more or less obtained a trace of luck and increased a lot of immortal spirit energy? Ancestor, it might be someone with the same name. Ning Qi smiled. Can't I tell if it's the same name or not? When I asked you who your master was, you said you lost your memories. In reality, You didn't want to say it, right? All right, don't find excuses. I don't want to hear who your master is anymore, lest I can't take the shock at my age. Old Man Mysterious Sword waved his hand. Ning Qi was just about to explain that he had lost his memories, but his words were blocked again. No matter what, you have brought a lot of luck to my Mystic Sword sect, and now you are also a disciple of my Mystic Sword sect. I hope that you will remember this matter in the future, and not lose your memories again. I called you here today because I have something to tell you, and as for how to decide, it is up to you. I am just helping someone pass on a message. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. Help someone pass on a message? Ning Qi was slightly startled. There was someone on the Ancestral Star who could get Old Man Mysterious Sword to pass on a message? Could it be the Yuqing sect? Ancestor, please speak. I am listening. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Ancestor Yuqing intends to take you in as a disciple. If you agree to him, he promises that you can read all the cultivation techniques in the Yuqing sect. That old fellow's temper has always been strange and ruthless. Even if you tell him that you have a master before, he won't care. As long as he has decided on something, he will do it no matter what. If you don't want to take him as your master, I can send you off the Ancestral Star, but will you be captured by the Yuqing ancestor? Chapter 24-25. The Jade Clear Old Ancestor wants to take me as a disciple? Ning Qi was taken aback, and then his expression turned a little strange. Old Man Mysterious Sword thought that he would not agree, but why would he not agree? The Jade Clear Ancestor was the greatest boss-class character in the Ancestral Star and the only profound immortal there. According to Little Six, even a Zenith Golden Immortal would only be considered a first-rate character in the immortal realm, while profound immortals were superclass characters. Little Six was extremely afraid. Back then, Profound Azure Mansion only sent a group of small fries to almost exterminate the ancient Sky Dragon clan, and they only had dozens of Xian immortals. If they had Old Ancestor Yuqing as their backer, the odds of winning against Profound Azure Mansion in the future would be higher than him and Little Six combined. Bring some. Old Ancestor, do you want me to take Old Ancestor Jade Clear as my master? Ning Qi looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword. The Jade Pure Ancestor has said that although you have him as your master, you will not join the Jade Pure sect, and will remain a floor-sweeping disciple of my Mystic Sword sect. That is why I do hope that you can take him as your master. After all, he is the only mystic immortal in our homeworld, and you have extraordinary aptitude. He managed to obtain a spot on the heavenly immortal rankings. Old Man Mysterious Sword nodded. I understand. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Old Man Mysterious Sword seemed to have sensed Ning Qi's thoughts, and the corners of his lips curled up. Since you're willing, let's wait. Given Old Ancestor Yuqing's means, there's actually no need for me to send a message to you. You'll naturally see him when he wants to see you. Ancestor, there's something I need to tell you. Ning Qi suddenly said. What is it? Old Man Mysterious Sword could not help but feel curious when he saw Ning Qi's solemn expression. Jiang Kuan has gone mad. He tried to kill me in Feng Lin State but failed to kill me. After that, he chased me all the way to Yingzhou. Ning Qi said. Jiang Kuan? Tried to kill you? Old Man Mysterious Sword's expression changed slightly. He asked hesitantly, is that true? It's absolutely true. There's absolutely no falsehood. Ning Qi nodded. Many people present saw it, including 2 fairy immortal elders of Scarlet Thunder Tower. If you don't believe me, you can go to Feng Lin Province and ask. Where is Jiang Kuan now? Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes flashed coldly. Ning Qi was a disciple that he had taken a fancy to. Although Ning Qi was unwilling to take him as his master, he was still a disciple of the Xianjian sect, and now that he was ranked first on the Earth Immortal Board, as long as he did not die, his future achievements would definitely be extremely high. Previously, because of the matter with Yuan Long, he had some complaints about Jiang Kuan, but he did not expect Jiang Kuan to be so dignified. To think that a golden immortal would personally hunt down a disciple of his sect. This had already crossed Old Man Mysterious Sword's bottom line. If the disciples of the sect were to kill each other like this, the great inheritance would one day decline because of this. It should be in Lianghe Market. Ning Qi smiled. I will give you an explanation for this matter. However, Jiang Kuan is, after all, an elder of the sect. I have watched him walk step by step until he reached where he is today. I will not take his life. You better not act like him and hold a grudge against me. Old Man Mysterious Sword said frankly. This disciple will not have any complaint. Don't worry, old ancestor. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Speaking of which, he did not expect Old Man Mysterious Sword to kill Jiang Kuan for him when he was snitching on Jiang Kuan. After all, it was extremely difficult to raise a golden immortal, and the manpower and resources needed were incalculable. Not to mention that a golden immortal would definitely be more useful to the sect than he was now. However, he did not expect Old Man Mysterious Sword to be so calm. His impression of the old man increased a little. Lianghe Market. Jiang Kuan felt that the anger in his heart recently was much more than when he was a fledgling and took steps to become a golden immortal. All of this was because of Ning Beixian, who was only an early-stage Earth immortal. Every time he thought of this, Jiang Kuan could not suppress the anger in his heart. So many days have passed. Why hasn't Ning Beixian appeared yet? Jiang Kuan sat by the window of a restaurant with a livid expression. His divine sense covered the entire Lianghe Market, waiting for Ning Qi like a rabbit. As long as Ning Qi dared to appear, he would kill Ning Qi immediately and leave the ancestral planet. One more day. Jiang Kuan had already made up his mind. If Ning Qi did not appear after one more day, he would also leave this place. After all, Old Man Mysterious Sword was likely to appear in Lianghe Market in 1 or 2 days. However, he did not know that the chief constable of the Sky Arrestor sect did not pass the message to Old Man Mysterious Sword. The old man. Waiting for Ning Beixian here? A voice sounded. Yes, Jiang Kuan nodded subconsciously. Then, he was taken aback and looked at the other side of the table with a slightly complicated gaze. Old Man Mysterious Sword had appeared out of nowhere and was looking at him with a smile. You've already become a golden immortal. Why are you still so impatient? Why are you so calculative with a junior? Old Man Mysterious Sword said calmly. Old ancestor, you already know? Jiang Kuan's face was a little pale. Yes, I already know. I also know that you, as a golden immortal, are being toyed with by a junior. Do you think Ning Beixian will come to Lianghe Market? Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a faint smile. What do you mean, old ancestor? Jiang Kuan's expression changed slightly. Then, without waiting for Old Man Mysterious Sword to speak, he muttered to himself, Ning Beixian clearly told the chief constable of the Sky Arrestor sect to go to the Mysterious Sword sect to send a message to you. He will naturally come here to wait. No one has ever sent a message to me. Old Man Mysterious Sword said calmly. Never. Ning Beixian deliberately led me here? Jiang Kuan gritted his teeth. Since Old Man Mysterious Sword knew everything, there was no need for him to hide his impression of Ning Qi. Yes. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Jiang Kuan with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Although he had climbed step by step from the worldly immortal realm to the early golden immortal realm, with Jiang Kuan's personality, he might not be able to make any progress until the end of his lifespan. He would die of old age at the early golden immortal realm, not to mention attaining the Tao fruit. In comparison, Ning Qi had a better future. As a perfected golden immortal, Old Man Mysterious Sword had only lived for less than half of his lifespan. Even if he could not break through to the profound immortal realm in the future, he could still wait. He believed that as long as Ningqi did not die in a few 100,000 years, he could completely replace Jiang Kuan in the mysterious sword sect. It worked. Old ancestor, what do you plan to do with me? Jiang Kuan looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword. Face the wall at the back of the mountain for 10,000 years. Old Man Mysterious Sword said calmly. If this kid tells Ing Zizai about this, how will old ancestor protect me? Jiang Kuan said with an ugly expression. Face the wall for 10,000 years? If word got out, he would immediately become the laughing stock of all the golden immortals on Ancestral Star. Without waiting for Old Man Mysterious Sword to speak, Jiang Kuan continued, if old ancestor doesn't want to see me die in Ing Zizai's hands, please let me live. I will leave Ancestral Star today. You want to leave Ancestral Star? Well, that's fine. Chapter 24-26 Golden Light City. After Luo Wei quietly listened to his subordinate's reply, he said indifferently, Ning Beixian really returned to the Xianjian sect and did not go to Lianghe Market? Absolutely. The chief constable nodded. My lord, it seems like he was just pretending to read the dossier and using us was real. The other chief constable could not help but ask. Bang. The tea table beside Luo Wei was smashed into smithereens by him. The two chief constables immediately looked at Luo Wei in fear, not daring to make a sound. I understand. You guys can leave. Luo Wei took a deep breath and tried his best to make his tone calm. However, after the two chief constables left in a hurry, the expression on his face immediately became somewhat sinister, and he muttered to himself with incomparable hatred. Ning Beixian, you dare to play with me. Xianjian sect. Missing Moon Peak. Ningqi suddenly sneezed and muttered in a strange manner. With his early Earth immortal cultivation base, it was impossible for him to have a fever or catch a cold. This sneeze came so suddenly that he had no idea who had such a deep grudge against him. Junior sister, the heaven spirit pills in our sect are all purchased from the outside world? Ningqi looked at Ing Zhinshuan and said, That's right, the pill peak does not have the pill formulas for the heaven spirit pills, so we can only buy them from the outside world. Most of them are bought from the Stone River Pill sect using immortal stones, but the Stone River Pill sect does not only do business with our Xianjian sect, but also with other sections. It's enough, so our Xianjian sect will also go to the various markets to purchase heaven's spirit pills. However, this can be considered a private purchase, and is basically funded by the respective peak masters. Ing Zhinshuan nodded. The worldly immortal consumed the spirit jade pill. The earth immortal consumed the earth spirit pill. The heaven immortal consumed the heaven spirit pill. But Ningqi was a little different. When he was a worldly immortal, he had already used the earth spirit pill to achieve the greatest effect. Now that he was in the early earthly immortal stage, if he used the earth spirit pill, the effect of his cultivation would be very slow. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Therefore, Ningqi decided to concoct a batch of heaven spirit pills. As long as he had enough heaven spirit pills, he would have enough time to cultivate. If nothing unexpected happened during this period of time, he would be able to smoothly break through to the full circle of the earth immortal stage. Is that so? In other words, the pill formulas for the heaven spirit pills are much more precious than the earth spirit pills? Ningqi smiled. Yes. Other than the first and second tier pill formulas, the pill formulas of the third tier and above are all precious treasures of the sect. No matter how much money one spends, it is difficult to purchase them. Ing Zhinshuan nodded. Upon seeing this, Ningqi used his spiritual will to scan the dragon-slaying mall. He discovered that there were still no heavenly spirit pills for sale in the mall, but there might be some in the Merit Tower. Thinking of the Merit Tower, Ningqi remembered that he couldn't go up to the third floor. Now that he was an early earthly immortal, he should be able to go up to the third floor. With a thought, Ning Qi directly appeared at the staircase leading from the second floor to the third floor of the Merit Tower. After taking a few steps, he was indeed not pushed down from the second floor. Very smoothly, he entered the third floor. Ning Qi discovered that the first floor actually sold all kinds of immortal beast eggs. From the first level to the fifth level there was everything. Fifth rank immortal beast? It won't be an immortal beast of the Zenith Heaven Golden immortal level when it hatches, right? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Level 1 immortal beast, Black Cloud Leopard. Exchange price, 50 merit points. Rank 2 immortal beast, Gold Sniffing Mouse. Exchange price, 100 merit points. Rank 3 immortal beast, Soaring Cloud Flood Dragon. Exchange price, 200 merit points. Rank 4 immortal beast, Dragon Beard Ox. Exchange price, 500 merit points. Rank 5 immortal beast, Misty 7-colored deer. Exchange price, 2,000 merit points. Immortal beast eggs had different prices, but the price of a rank 1 immortal beast was comparable to a lesser Dao treasure. But the price of a rank 5 immortal beast was lower than a lower grade Dao treasure, Azure Sea, which contained 299 great Daos. There was no comparison. Just from the price of a rank 5 immortal beast egg, one could tell that although these immortal beasts were rank 5, the strength after they hatched might not be very strong. Otherwise, it would not be exchanged for just 2,000 merit points. Misty 7-colored deer? Ning Qi seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at the staircase leading to the fourth floor. He tried it, but he was pushed back again. It seemed that only by breaking through to the heavenly immortal stage could he enter the fourth floor of the Merit Tower. Although Ning Qi was not sure which floor the Merit Tower was on, but from the outside, it seemed that the number of floors was at least on the 10th floor. He did not know if there would be rank 9 immortal beasts on the higher floors of the Merit Tower. Such immortal beasts should be comparable to immortal emperors in terms of talent, right? Big brother? Ing Zhenxuan saw that Ning Qi seemed to be in a daze and could not help but call out. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Do you think they would trade a pseudo-Dao artifact for the Heavenly Spirit Pills pill formula?" Ing Zhenxuan thought about it seriously, then shook her head. "I don't think so. Although pseudo-Dao treasures are rare, they are much weaker than Tier 3 pill recipes. If they could exchange a low-grade Dao treasure, I believe the Stone River Pill sect would be very happy." "Is that so?" Even the trashiest low-grade Dao tool in the Merit Tower required 500 merit points. Ning Qi pondered for a moment. He felt that if he wanted to collect 500 merit points, he would have to make a big fuss. Or maybe he should go to the Mystic Realms and take a stroll. The Mountain and River Purple Gold Hammer was something he had obtained from the ancient immortal secret realm, and it could be said that the two ancient immortal arms had given it to him on their own accord. Ning Qi had already used it to some extent, so he naturally wouldn't use it to exchange for the Heaven Spirit Pills pill formula. If he really wanted to exchange it, he would only choose a low-grade Dao artifact from the Merit Tower to trade with the Stone River Pill sect. However, if he took out another low-grade Dao artifact, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Although he did not believe that anyone would guess that he had something like the system, it was better to be safe than sorry. This way, if he were to take a stroll in a few secret realms, he would be able to deceive others. At most, there would only be people silently criticizing him. Why was his luck so good? "Zhen Xian, I'm going to the mission hall." Ning Qi gave his instructions and flew towards the mission hall. Xian Jian Sec's mission hall. After Ning Qi's arrival, the initially noisy quest hall turned dead silent. Everyone's gaze landed on Ning Qi. Their expressions were filled with admiration, fear, and respect. Their expressions were extremely complicated. "Elder Bailey, I'll have to trouble you again. Help me see if there are any secret realms that have low-grade Dao artifact. I'll accept all the missions related to these secret realms." Ningqi chuckled as he spoke to Bailey Russian. A secret realm that could easily produce low-grade Tao artifacts. Chapter 24-27. Martial Nephew Ning, there doesn't seem to be such a thing. There don't seem to be too many low-grade Tao tools appearing in all the secret realms, Bailey Russian said somewhat tactfully. Is that so? I thought there were a lot of them. A casual trip to the ancient immortal secret realm gave me 2 low-grade Tao tools, Ningqi said with a smile. Everyone's faces darkened. Ningqi's words were too much of a blow to them. Among them, he was the one who had gone to the ancient immortal mystic realms the most. He had gone no less than 100 times, and every time, he had returned just in time to complete the mission. As for the extra ancient immortal treasures and immortal pills, they had never seen a single one, let alone Tao treasures. After that, under Ningqi's strong request, Bailey Russian made an exception and allowed Ningqi to accept all the missions related to the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, a Xianjian sect disciple could at most accept 1 secret realm mission, but the person in front of him was different. That was Ning Beixian, who was ranked first on the Earth Immortal board. Bailey Russian could imagine that if he did not hand these missions over to Ningqi, he might accidentally be beaten up by someone one day when he went out. Furthermore, it was unwise to become enemies with Ningqi over such a small matter. Bailey Russian would rather be scolded a few times by the higher-ups than to do this favor. Ningqi left with the 5 Secret Realms medallions in satisfaction. Above Yingzhou, there were only 5 secret realms that the Xianjian sect could go to, including the ancient immortal secret realm. On the way to the ancient immortal secret realm, Ningqi suddenly remembered that Anyang had told him that the Yingzhou royal family had also controlled quite a few secret realms. After these 5 secret realms, Ningqi planned to look for Anyang to confirm this matter. Not long after Ningqi left the Xianjian sect, he took a step out, only to discover that the scenery around him had changed greatly, as if he had accidentally fallen into a void tunnel, appearing in another world. Not far in front of Ningqi, there was a building complex that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ningqi raised his head and saw a plaque hanging above the main door in front of him. On it were 3 large words, Jade Clear Sect. At that level, they all like to use such methods. Ningqi could not help but curse in his heart. Needless to say, for him to suddenly appear here, it must be because the Jade Clear ancestor had used some sort of method, just like when the old man of mysterious sword was impatient. Every time he waved his hand, he would be able to send him back to the missing moon peak. However, the Golden Immortal did not seem to have such abilities. Could it be that this is a power that can only be obtained after attaining the fruit of Tao? While Ningqi stood in front of the Jade Clear Gate in deep thought, the few disciples guarding the gate as well as the inner and outer court disciples entering and exiting Jade Clear Gate all stopped in their tracks and looked at Ningqi strangely. Ningqi's earlier appearance was too sudden, even they couldn't react in time. "Who are you? Is there something you need from my Yuqing school?" Seeing that Ningqi seemed to be thinking about something, the disciple finally couldn't help but stepped forward to interrupt Ningqi's thoughts and frowned. "Oh, I went the wrong way." Ningqi smiled and turned around to leave. At this moment, he sensed great danger in his heart. Ningqi turned back without hesitation and smiled at the disciple. "I'm Ning Beixian. I'm here to see old ancestor Yuqing." It was clear that the other party wanted to take him in as a disciple, yet he still had to put on such a show. Ning Beixian? Xianjian sect's sweeping disciple Ning Beixian? The number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking Ning Beixian? The disciple guarding the gate was dumbfounded. Their cultivation was similar to Ningqi's, only at the Earth Immortal stage. Perhaps their cultivation was slightly higher than Ningqi's, but when they heard Ningqi introduce himself, they immediately froze as if they were petrified. The surrounding disciples of Yuqing school were the same. They looked at Ning Qi with astonished eyes. They didn't expect that the main character they had been talking about all this time would suddenly appear in Yuqing school. "Senior brother, how are you?" Ning Qi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the disciple. Only then did the disciple react and said with an excited expression, "You're Ning Beixian?" "Yes, I'm Ning Beixian." Ning Qi nodded seriously. "Ah. The number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking, Ning Beixian, has come to our Yuqing school. Everyone, come out and see." The disciple turned around and bellowed. "What? Ning Beixian is here? Go and see if the number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking has 3 heads and 6 arms." Why did Ning Beixian come to our Yuqing school? One figure after another dashed out. Soon, Ning Qi was surrounded by a large group of Jade Clear sect disciples, who were sizing him up with curious gazes. Ning Qi was speechless. After a few breaths of silence, he said, "I'm here to see Ancestor Yuqing. Senior brothers and sisters, can you please make way for me? I don't deserve to be called senior brother," a Peak Earth Immortal cultivator said excitedly with a flushed face. Everyone suddenly realized that the rumors about Ning Beixian that they had heard during this period of time didn't seem to be true. This guy was not as fierce as the rumors said. He was clearly a very polite and elegant young master. "Junior brother Ning, may I know if you're married?" An extremely beautiful girl exuding the aura of a Peak Earth Immortal looked at Ning Qi with glowing eyes. She was originally very beautiful, but at this moment, she looked a little ferocious to Ning Qi. "I already have a wife at home." Ning Qi cupped his hands and said, "Ah, that's a pity." The girl's face showed a trace of disappointment. "Are you really Ning Beixian? I heard that you're the first on the Earth Immortal ranking. Let me see what you're capable of." A loud voice came. At the same time, an immortal sword had already appeared in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi sighed softly and reached out to grab the flying sword. The flying sword could only wail and struggle in his fingers, but it couldn't escape from Ning Qi's fingers. As expected of the first on the Earth Immortal ranking, "I admire you." The Peak Earth Immortal cultivator who suddenly attacked couldn't help but cupped his hands and said to Ning Qi. Then, he laughed proudly and said, "I've already exchanged a blow with the first on the Earth Immortal ranking." At first, everyone stared blankly at Ning Qi, who only used 2 fingers to block the immortal sword of the Yuqing school's inner sect genius, whose cultivation was several small realms higher than his. After hearing that, they reacted and expressed that they wanted to exchange blows with Ning Qi. Ning Qi suddenly found that the disciples of the Xianjian sect were a little cute. At least, they didn't dare to attack him. And these guys didn't have much malicious intent, so Ning Qi couldn't kill them. Even if he did, he might not be able to leave the Yuqing school. In this way, he was a little helpless. "Is this how you treat your guests?" A voice that Ning Qi was quite familiar with sounded. Only then did the disciples of the Yuqing school step aside and bow to Kong Wen, who was walking straight over, calling him elder, martial uncle, and various other titles. Chapter 24-28. Senior Kong. Ning Qi breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. "Follow me, the ancestor has been waiting for a long time." Kong Wen smiled. "The ancestor has been waiting for a long time? Could it be?" Everyone immediately recalled that day when old ancestor Yu Qing said he wanted to accept Ning Qi as his direct disciple. As a result, the way they looked at Ning Qi once again changed dramatically. Many Jade Clear sect disciples were a little excited. When Ning Qi left with Kong Wen, they all said to Ning Qi, "Junior brother Ning, we will be fellow disciples in the future, let's spar a bit more. You will have to call me martial uncle or martial granduncle in the future." Kong Wen stopped and said to everyone in a serious tone. Everyone was slightly startled, and then their expressions changed. Ning Qi could not help but laugh. "If that's the case, Then there's nothing to spar with martial uncle and martial nephew. When Kong Wen brought Ning Qi to the place where ancestor Yu Qing cultivated, he kept looking at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes. Senior Kong, is there something on my face? Ning Qi touched his cheek. I just want to see what's so special about the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking. You know, our ancestral planet hasn't had anyone ranked on the Heavenly Tao ranking for many years. This time, it's still the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking, and it directly suppressed all the Earth Immortals in the entire Immortal realm, Kong Wen said with a smile. Maybe it's just the same name, Ning Qi said. Kong Wen was slightly startled. It was not impossible, but judging from Ning Qi's performance during this period of time, it was more likely that he was the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking. And even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. Back in the Xianjian Sect's grand competition, Kong Wen could already tell that Ning Qi was a little unusual, and then he learned that Ning Qi held the Mountain and River Purple Golden Hammer and suppressed hundreds of heaven immortals, and at that time, Ning Qi was only a human immortal great perfection. Even if he wasn't the first place on the Earth Immortal ranking, he would still be an extremely monstrous existence, and was fully qualified to become the direct disciple of ancestor Yu Qing. Very quickly, Kong Wen brought Ning Qi to a beautiful valley. Upon entering this place, Ning Qi immediately felt that this place was not ordinary. The immortal spirit energy here was more than 10 times stronger than the main peak of the Xianjian sect. Ning Qi noticed that Kong Wen seemed to have taken a few deep breaths just now. In the valley there was a small bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house there was an old man sitting at a stone table, playing chess by himself. Kong Wen brought Ning Qi to the old man. Master, Ning Beixian is here. Master? It turned out that Kong Wen was also the personal disciple of ancestor Yu Qing. Ning Qi came to a sudden realization. No wonder he always felt that Kong Wen was a little different from Jiang Kuan and the others. It seemed that Kong Wen was a proud son of heaven among the golden immortals. Otherwise, how could he be accepted as a disciple by ancestor Yu Qing? The Jade-Clear old ancestor did not have any personal disciples. Senior Jade-Clear. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. The old man in front of him looked very thin, and his appearance was very different from that of an immortal. He looked like an extremely ordinary old man. However, Ning Qi knew that he was the only mystic immortal on the ancestral star, and that even a great overarching golden immortal like Old Man Mysterious Sword would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. You're here? Have a seat. Ancestor Yu Qing smiled, but his eyes were always staring at the chessboard. Ning Qi glanced at the stone table. Apart from the stone stool that ancestor Yu Qing sat on, there was only one stone stool opposite him. Ning Qi saw this and sat opposite ancestor Yu Qing, while Kong Wen stood at the side with a respectful look. After sitting down, Ning Qi found that the chess that ancestor Yu Qing played was a little special. The chessboard was shrouded in a faint mist. Even with Ning Qi's cultivation, he could not see the specific situation on the chessboard. He could only see ancestor Yu Qing reaching his hand into the mist from time to time, and suddenly there would be a scream. Ning Qi repeatedly confirmed that the scream was indeed coming from within the chessboard. After about 10 minutes, accompanied by a scream, the mist on the chessboard gradually dissipated. Ning Qi saw that there was not a single chess piece on the chessboard. What the hell was ancestor Yu Qing playing just now? Ancestor Yu Qing saw the doubt in Ning Qi's eyes, but he did not explain. Instead, he smiled and said, "Acknowledge me as your master." At this time, a cup of tea was handed to Ning Qi by Kong Wen. When Ning Qi saw this, he got up and bowed, then handed the tea to ancestor Yu Qing and said, "Master." Kong Wen's face twitched. When he was acknowledging a master, he did not just bow 8 times and kowtow 9 times. Ancestor Yu Qing took the tea with a smile, as if he did not care about the red tape. He drank it in one gulp and said, Well, you will be my 9th personal disciple in the future. You have met Kongwen, your 8th senior brother. The other 7 are not in the ancestral star. Kongwen will teach them on my behalf in the future. Cultivate with him, and strive to achieve Tao fruit as soon as possible. The 9th personal disciple? Ningqi was a little surprised. As the number 1 expert on the ancestral star, the Sky Arrestor sect naturally had detailed information about ancestor Yu Qing. But without exception, the information showed that ancestor Yu Qing had no personal disciple at all. Now it seemed that ancestor Yu Qing had done a good job of keeping it a secret. Kongwen, take him to choose a cultivation technique. Ancestor Yu Qing said lightly. Yes, master. Kongwen nodded and said to Ningqi, little junior brother, come with me. Master, I'll take my leave first. Ningqi smiled and left with Kongwen. In fact, staying with a mystic immortal like ancestor Yu Qing had put a lot of pressure on Ningqi. Ningqi was relieved when he saw that the other had no intention of teaching him personally. Kongwen was different. Ningqi did not feel too much pressure when he was with him. Perhaps it was because his strength was much stronger than before. Even if he faced an ordinary early-stage golden immortal, he would not be defeated in a single move. It would not be a problem to exchange a few hundred moves. Senior brother Kong, what was that chess game that master played just now? Why was there a miserable howl coming from inside? Ningqi asked curiously. Kongwen smiled mysteriously. Do you know who was playing against master just now? Ningqi thought for a moment and said uncertainly, me? Kongwen's expression changed slightly. He no longer kept Ningqi in suspense and said directly, the person who played against master just now was the master of Cast Iron Mountain. Cast Iron Mountain is the same as our Jade Clear sect, a top sect on another level 6 planet. The master of Cast Iron Mountain is also a mystic immortal. He must have died in master's hands, including the millions of disciples under Cast Iron Mountain. Their corpses are probably cold by now. Chapter 24-29. More than 100 years ago, a few celestial immortals led a group of inner sect geniuses to the Ichthyosaur planet. Along the way, they had a conflict with the disciples of Cast Iron Mountain. In the end, these celestial immortals were killed by the disciples of Cast Iron Mountain. Only one inner sect genius escaped with serious injuries. I was supposed to negotiate with Cast Iron Mountain. Ask them to hand over the murderers who killed those heaven immortal elders. Kongwen smiled. Who would have thought that Cast Iron Mountain would look down on our Yuqing school? They refused to admit that the murderer who killed several of our Yuqing school's celestial immortals, as well as several dozen inner court geniuses, was from Cast Iron Mountain. After that, the matter was dealt with by Master. Cast Iron Mountain's annihilation was within expectations. Ningqi nodded. Speaking of which, when he went to the Yuan family, he was also thinking of exterminating the Yuan family and eliminating them by their root. After all, opportunities were everywhere in the immortal realm. Who knew what kind of achievements a puny human immortal would have in thousands or tens of thousands of years? There were still some disciples of the Yuan family who were still alive in the various sections. The reason why Ningqi did not make a move was because he felt disdain for them. Ningqi was confident that with his cultivation speed, it was almost impossible for these guys to rise to the point where they could settle accounts with him. However, if he could get rid of them along the way, Ningqi would not hesitate to do so. It was just that after those fellows found out that the Yuan family had been destroyed, they all locked themselves in their sects and refused to come out, not giving Ningqi the chance to do so. If Ningqi were to come to their sects on his own accord, it would be inevitable that he would be too arrogant and attract the suppression of Zenith Heaven. Then, it would be game over. Not long after, Kongwen brought Ningqi to Yuqing School's scripture pavilion. This was a towering building with disciples going in and out from time to time. When they saw Kongwon, they hurriedly saluted and at the same time looked at Ning Chi with curiosity mixed with some jealousy. The news of Ning Chi's arrival at the Jade Clear School had long since spread. Now that they saw an unfamiliar fellow following beside Kongwon, everyone could guess who it was. The Scripture Pavilion has Tier 1 to Tier 5 immortal arts. As for Tier 6 immortal arts, they are only in Master's mind and not in the Scripture Pavilion. Master has instructed that you are free to read Tier 1 to Tier 5 immortal arts, but you are not to take them out of the Scripture Pavilion or teach them to others. Otherwise, Master will take them back personally. Apart from the Jade Clear Sex cultivation methods, you don't need any contribution point. You can learn whatever you want. Kongwon said after bringing Ning Chi into the Sutra depository. Senior Brother Kong, do you still have the 8-9 mysteries you mentioned before? Ning Chi said with a grin. He had no interest in the Jade Clear Sex 6th rank cultivation method because the imprisonment dragon elephant technique and the 9 inner hidden gates technique were definitely not only 6th rank. The latter had already opened the 8th gate, so if he really counted it, it was definitely an 8th rank celestial technique. Similarly, if the 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates was used by a mysterious immortal or even a primordial unity perfected immortal, the effect would be extremely terrifying. Ning Chi had always remembered the 8-9 mysteries that Kongwon had mentioned before. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? If this cultivation method was really the legendary Erlang Xianxing's path of sanctification, then it would be perfect for Ning Chi's current cultivation path. Kongwon smiled. Of course I am. However, no one has successfully cultivated the 8-9 mysteries for many years. Are you sure you want to practice it? Didn't Senior Brother Kong want me to practice it? Give it a try. Ning Chi smiled. I obtained the 8-9 mysteries from the ancient heavenly court many years ago. It's not in the Scripture Pavilion. If you want to learn it, come to my cave residence later and I will teach you. Kongwon said. Thank you, Senior Brother Kong. Ning Chi cupped his hands. Seeing that Ning Chi seemed to have no interest in low-rank celestial techniques, Kongwon led him to the highest floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Along the way, the Jade Clear sect disciples couldn't help but look at Ning Chi with envy and jealousy. That's Ning Beixian, right? He might have been taken in as a direct disciple by the old ancestor. Is Elder Kong going to take him to choose a 5th rank cultivation method? Alas, we've been in Jade Clear sect for so many years, but we haven't had the chance to see the glory of a 5th rank cultivation method. But Ning Beixian is still an Earth immortal. Let alone a 5th rank cultivation method. He might not even be able to use a 3rd or 4th rank cultivation method, right? The stronger the cultivation method, the higher the cultivation level required. However, it didn't mean that learning a high-rank celestial technique would directly improve one's combat power. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough to use these celestial techniques, they would have to pay a great price. Every time they used these celestial techniques, their lifespan and foundation would be shortened. When Wensheng was surrounded by Lu Dongyu and the others, he was ready to use a 4th rank celestial technique. If Ning Chi hadn't acted in time, Wensheng would definitely have suffered great losses. Not necessarily. The number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking should have no problem using a 3rd rank celestial technique. If he isn't afraid of shortening his lifespan, he might be able to forcefully use a 4th rank celestial technique. Everyone could only watch Ning Chi's figure disappear at the corner of the stairs with envy. Kongwon, who is this person? On the 5th floor of the Sutras depository sat an old man with white hair and beard. He looked sage-like and more like a boss than Ancestor Yuqing. His aura was also much stronger than Kongwon's. Ning Chi suspected that he should be the same as Mysterious Sword Elder, at least a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal who had achieved Tao Fruit. The old man's gaze fell on Ningqi. He frowned and looked at Kong-Wen as if he didn't understand why Kong-Wen would bring an early Earth immortal to the 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion. This place was full of 5th-rank cultivation methods and was the most important place in Jade Clear Sect. He was usually the one guarding this place. On the ancestral star, countless people coveted this place, and some arrogant people came here to steal the 5th-rank celestial technique. But without exception, all of them died here. None of them succeeded. Elder Pei, he is Sect Master's direct disciple, Ning Beixian. Kong-Wen cupped his hands. On the surface, you're the only disciple of Master. Don't let it slip. Kong-Wen's voice rang in Ningqi's ears. Ningqi calmly cupped his hands at Elder Pei and said, I'm Ning Beixian. Greetings, Elder Pei. Ning Beixian? First on the Earth Immortal ranking? Elder Pei's expression softened and he looked at Ningqi with a hint of curiosity. This showed how important the Heavenly Tao ranking was to these immortals. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Ningqi chuckled. Yes, it's possible. Elder Pei nodded with a smile and glanced at Kong-Wen. Kong-Wen said, Sect Master said that Beixian is free to read the 1st to 5th rank cultivation methods. I see. There aren't many 5th rank cultivation methods on the 5th floor, only 13. I'll give you a month. Elder Pei nodded and said, Thank you, Elder Pei. Ningqi cupped his hands. Chapter 24:30. Even though Elder Pei's eyes were closed, Ningqi still bowed to him and began to read through all the immortal arts on this floor. Senior Martial Brother Kong, shall we? Ningqi could not help but invite Kong-Wen when he saw Kong-Wen standing at the side with an envious look occasionally. Kong-Wen smiled. Junior Martial Brother Beixian, you can read it yourself. I'm different from you. These rank 5 immortal arts require contribution points. I'll be able to gather enough soon. Gather enough contribution points for all rank 5 immortal arts? Ningqi was startled. One of them, Kong-Wen could not help but roll his eyes. What a joke. Jade Clear Sect had been established for so many years. Apart from the sect masters and those who attained Tao Fruit and became grand heavenly immortals, no one could gather all the contribution points required for these rank 5 immortal arts. However, after attaining Tao Fruit, one could read them at will without the need for contribution points. It was similar to Ningqi's current treatment. From this, it could be seen that the preferential treatment given to Ningqi by the Jade Clear Sect Patriarch was close to that of a grand heavenly immortal. So the privilege of reading rank 5 immortal arts is so valuable? Even an intermediate golden immortal like Kong-Wen would need to accumulate contribution points bit by bit to exchange for them, but I can casually flip through them. Ningqi thought to himself. Immediately after, he started to look through these rank 5 immortal arts carefully. Among the 13 rank 5 immortal arts, 9 of them were sword-controlling arts, and 3 of them were close combat immortal arts. After flipping through them once, Ningqi had already memorized the mnemonic chant in his mind. His eyes fell on top of the last rank 5 immortal art. Rank 5 Descend Technique? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. This immortal art seemed to be different from the others. After carefully reading through it, he looked at Kong-Wen with a slightly strange expression. Senior Martial Brother Kong, after mastering the Descend Technique, one can separate a strand of soul and project it to any corner of the immortal world, including the lower realm? Advanced Descend techniques do have such an effect, but those are at least rank 7 and above. Our Jade Clear Sect only has rank 5 Descend technique. We can't descend with a soul and can only send some dead things. Kong-Wen said. Ningqi recalled the time when he used the War Immortal Clan's divine ability, the War Immortal's divine soul that descended from the sky, and the old man on earth who was suspected to have descended from the immortal world. The descending art they cultivated was probably much more advanced than Jade Clear School's 5th rank descending art. Especially the latter, he even came from Earth. If these Earthlings were still alive, they would have become immortals by now, right? After all, the old man's cultivation was likely to be deeper than old ancestor Yu Qing's. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through Ning Qi's mind. Some time ago, when he had been looking at the pseudo-heavenly Tao list in the Broken Mountain sect, he had seen a familiar name. He had thought that it was just someone with the same name, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it really was possible. Li Xian, the descendant of old Lord Taishang. Ning Qi had obtained the pill of fortune from her. Number 1 on the heavenly immortal rankings. Is it really her? After pondering for a moment, Ning Qi looked up at Kong Wen and said with a smile, "Senior brother, I've finished reading. We can go now." "Sure." Kong Wen nodded. When the two left, they both bowed to Elder Pei. The old man only nodded faintly, not even opening his eyes. Even if Ning Qi was number 1 on the Earth Immortal rankings, it only piqued his curiosity. If it came down to it, even the number 1 on the Heavenly Immortal rankings might not be taken seriously by perfected Golden Immortals. Perhaps only the number 1 on the Golden Immortal rankings would be treated seriously by perfected Golden Immortals. No matter how monstrous a prodigy was, as long as he had yet to rise, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary cultivator in the eyes of such a mighty figure. On the way out of the treasure pavilion, Ning Qi asked Kong Wen if Jade Clear School had the recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill, but Kong Wen shook his head and said that Jade Clear School's Heavenly Spirit Pill was also purchased from various places. It was just that because Jade Clear School was the number 1 sect, the purchase price was much lower, and the share was larger. "Senior brother Kong, isn't Jade Clear School the number 1 sect on Ancestral Star? Why doesn't they even have the recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill?" Ning Qi was a little puzzled. Pill recipes above grade 3 are likely to be the foundation of some sections. If we, the Jade Clear sect, go and snatch them, it won't take long for those sects to decline or even choose to leave the homeworld. As time goes by, we, the Jade Clear sect, may be the only sect left in the homeworld. How are we supposed to cultivate when fortune and vitality are lost? Kong Wen said with a chuckle. Many low-ranked immortals thought that they could rob to their heart's content if they wanted something. That logic was not wrong, but only those beneath them could fight for it. If Jade Clear School took advantage of the Jade Clear Patriarch's profound immortal cultivation and robbed everything they wanted, it would eventually turn the ancestral star into a dead planet and become an eyesore of the heavenly Tao. Those who were eliminated would end up harming others and themselves. Jade Clear School had a great responsibility to maintain the balance of ancestral star, so they naturally could not rob others of their pills. However, immortal arts were clearly not one of them. Ing Zhinshuan once said that Ning Qi's cheap master had asked the Mystic Sword Patriarch for the Emotion Destroyer sword art, but later went berserk and slaughtered nearly half of the Jade Clear School's million disciples. That incident was probably one of the biggest blemishes in the Jade Clear Patriarch's life. If not for the Jade Clear Patriarch waking up on his own in the end, it was unknown whether there would be any living beings on Ancestral Star. However, the Jade Clear Patriarch was now his master, and Ning Qi naturally would not be foolish enough to ask Kong Wen about it, so he could only hide it in his heart. Not long after, Ning Qi followed Kong Wen to his cultivation cave. This place was called an Immortal Mountain. It was sold better than the main peak of the Xianjian sect, and the immortal spirit energy was not any weaker than the main peak of the Xianjian sect. Ning Qi had seen 3 or 4 mountains like this on the road, and the specific number was definitely high. Given that Jade Clear School still had 3 perfected golden immortals, their cultivation cave dwellings were naturally better than Kong Wen's. It was clear that Jade Clear School was much stronger than Mystic Sword sect. "Master!" The 7 figures seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and as soon as they saw Kong Wen and Ning Qi, they immediately took the initiative to greet them. All 7 of them were heavenly immortals, and the clothes they wore were different from ordinary Jade Clear School disciples. There was a piece of white jade embedded in their collars, which emitted the aura of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. After the 7 bowed to Kong-Won, they looked at Ning-Chi curiously, and 2 of the female heavenly immortals looked even more eager. As for the other 5 male heavenly immortals, 2 of them seemed to have a vague hostility towards Ning-Chi, which was different from Jiang Kuan's group. It was as if they were a little unconvinced and wanted to compete with Ning-Chi. Junior brother Beixian, let me introduce you. These 7 are my good-for-nothing disciples. Chapter 24:31. Master called him Junior Brother Beixian. It seems that he has really become an ancestral patriarch's disciple. The number 1 on the Earth deity ranking has become our Uncle Master? Ha! What are you waiting for? Kong-Won said lightly. Uncle Master, the 7 of them said in unison. But they felt slightly uncomfortable in their hearts because no matter how high Ning-Chi's combat strength was, his cultivation was still at the early earthly immortal realm, and it was a realm lower than them. Don't stand on ceremony. Ning-Chi smiled. Why are you all standing here? Go and cultivate, Kong-Won said. The 7 of them looked at each other and left in disappointment. In fact, they just wanted to see what the number 1 on the Earth-level deity ranking was capable of. But now that Ning-Chi had become their Uncle Master, it was not a good idea to ask. Ning-Chi followed Kong-Won into the cave. Kong-Won didn't beat around the bush and taught Ning-Chi the 8-9 arcane art. Ning-Chi had thought that Kong-Won would use the jade slip to impart his skills, but he didn't expect that he would be taught orally. After a full 6 hours, Kong-Wen's voice gradually stopped. At the same time, Ning-Chi's expression became serious. The 8-9 arcane art was far more profound than any other art he had ever practiced. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 8-9 arcane art. Would you like to cultivate it? The system's notification suddenly sounded. Is it really the 8-9 arcane art? And it's not an incomplete art? It's complete? A look of surprise flashed in Ning-Chi's eyes. He trusted the system quite a bit. If the system determined that this cultivation method was really the 8-9 arcane art, then it must be the 8-9 arcane art. However, people had the same name, so naturally the cultivation method also had the same name. He would only know if the 8-9 arcane art was what he imagined it to be after cultivating it. Junior brother Beixian, what do you think? The 8-9 arcane art is very profound, right? You can go back and study it for thousands of years. Maybe you'll understand something. Kong-Won smiled. I suspect that it's a divine art left behind by an ancient deity. If you can cultivate it, you might be able to learn the art of transformation. Art of transformation. Ning-Chi looked at Kong-Won. The next moment, Kong-Wen's body flashed and he turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was so huge that it almost filled the entire hall. The golden dragon opened its mouth and spoke in the exact same voice as Kong-Won, just like me. Before Ning-Chi could take a closer look, Kong-Won had already returned to his original form. In this way, Ning-Chi was almost certain that the 8-9 mysteries was exactly what he was thinking. Senior brother Kong, have you already mastered the 8-9 mysteries? Ning-Chi was surprised. Kong-Won revealed a bitter smile. The transformation technique I used just now looked impressive, but it was useless. Although I transformed into a dragon, I didn't have the Dragon Clan's magical powers. Whether it was cultivation or physical strength, it didn't increase at all. It was still the same as my original body. I only managed to comprehend a little bit of it. Kong-Wen's eyes flashed with anticipation. Cultivating the 8-9 arcane art requires a body that is superior to others. Perhaps it's because my body doesn't meet the requirements that I haven't succeeded after so many years. However, junior brother Beixian must have cultivated some kind of special body refining technique. Perhaps there's a chance that I can successfully cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. By then, I'll definitely be able to obtain the essence of the transformation technique. I might even be able to transform into a real rank 9 deity beast. If the rank 9 deity beast that Kong-Wen mentioned really existed, it would be equivalent to the level of a celestial emperor. That was also the reason why he couldn't wait to find someone to test the 8-9 mysteries on when he had no hope of cultivating it. Not only Ning Qi, but even his 7 personal disciples had also been taught by Kong-Wen. However, they couldn't even comprehend the 8-9 mysteries for many years. They couldn't even perform ordinary transformations. His 7 disciples regarded it as a rubbish cultivation technique. After that, Kong-Wen and Ning Qi chatted for a while more before Ning Qi stood up and left. "Thank you for teaching me today, senior brother. I'll definitely let you know if I'm successful in the future." Ning Qi cupped his hands and said with a serious expression, "All right." Kong-Wen smiled and nodded. He had also shown the 8-9 mysteries to the old ancestor of the Jade Pure sect. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this cultivation technique might have been fabricated by the predecessors. How could there be such a mysterious cultivation technique in the world? Could one become a rank 9 deity beast after cultivating it, and have the same power as a rank 9 deity beast? Therefore, Kong-Wen was desperate to find a doctor, but he didn't expect that he had found the right person this time. If it wasn't for the existence of the system, Ning Qi might not be able to comprehend the essence of the 8-9 mysteries. But now, as long as he left this place, found a place to enter the top cultivation training ground, and told the system to confirm his cultivation, he would probably be able to enter the threshold of the 8-9 mysteries. After leaving Kong-Wen's cave abode, Ning Qi didn't even stay in the Jade Pure sect for long. He went straight to the ancient immortal mystery land in Yingzhou. When Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the ancient immortal mystery land, he felt that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. The feeling of being watched was very likely from the old ancestor of the Jade Pure sect. That was why Ning Qi didn't enter the cultivation training ground immediately to avoid exposing his existence. There were already many geniuses gathered at the entrance of the ancient immortal mystery land. But judging from the number, it was probably not the time for reincarnation yet. Otherwise, there would have been a sea of people already. Especially after Ning Qi took away the 2 purple golden hammers, there were more and more people coming to the ancient immortal mystery land. "Brother, how long is it until the next reincarnation of the ancient immortal mystery land?" When Ning Qi saw an early-stage Earth immortal walking in front of him, he took a step forward and stopped him. "Don't you know how to calculate it yourself?" "You are." The other party first rolled his eyes at Ning Qi, and then his expression changed. He looked at Ning Qi in shock, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Ning Beixian? Senior Ning? Is that you?" Without waiting for the early-stage Earth Immortal to reply, there were already many Xianjian sect disciples who surrounded him in surprise and looked at Ning Qi curiously. It was naturally impossible for Ning Qi to recognize all of the 330,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect. Ning Qi had never seen any of these Xianjian sect disciples before, but they recognized Ning Qi. After all, he was the first genius to appear on the ancestral planet to be ranked on the heaven ranking. "Ning Beixian? Ning Beixian is here again." The news quickly spread, and more people gathered around. There were also many people standing in the distance with extremely ugly expressions, looking at Ning Qi with fear. Suddenly, a figure sped over and stood in the void, staring coldly at Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at this person's attribute. It turned out to be a golden immortal of the Windcloud sect. Ling Yuan had gone into seclusion, and the Windcloud sect had sent another golden immortal to guard this place. "Ning Beixian, what are you doing here?" The golden immortal said coldly. What else can I do in the ancient, immortal mystery land? Aren't I just trying to see if I can pick up a few more low-grade Dao artifacts? Chapter 2432. A large group of mystic sword sect disciples surrounded Ning Qi, as well as many rogue cultivators. The title of number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking was extremely tempting to them. If they could form some sort of relationship with such an existence, they might be pleasantly surprised. However, in addition to those who admired Ning Qi for becoming the number 1 on the earthly immortal ranking list, there were also many people who were jealous of Ning Qi. Ever since Ning Qi killed hundreds of heaven immortals with the mountain and river purple golden hammer, they had been very jealous. When the heavenly Dao ranking was updated, the trace of jealousy in their hearts gradually turned into hostility. At this moment, they were watching coldly from afar. Among these people, the disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect were the most jealous. After all, Ning Qi had knocked out Ling Yuan with 3 strikes. This incident made the Wind and Cloud sect the laughingstock of the other major sects in those years. If they quarreled with others, it would be brought out to bask in the sun. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect secretly hated the culprit, Ning Qi. Of course, only a small portion of the disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, Dajiang Peak, and Dan Peak would change their opinion of Ning Qi because he was number 1 on the Earth Immortal ranking. Most of them hated Ning Qi even more than before. Now that Ning Qi didn't even give face to a Golden Immortal, they naturally saw him as arrogant. Arrogant and conceited. The Golden Immortal of the Wind and Cloud sect looked at Ning Qi's back coldly for a few breaths, then turned around and left under the expectant gazes of the crowd. The crowd was somewhat disappointed, especially the disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect. They had thought that the elder would vent the anger of the Wind and Cloud sect and punish Ning Qi in front of so many people. However, the elder had no intention of making a move. Is even Elder Ba afraid of following in Elder Ling Yuan's footsteps? For a moment, the disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect were on the verge of exploding. Senior Brother Ning, I've been cultivating a second-rank immortal art recently, but I still haven't been able to master it. I wonder if Senior Brother Ning can teach me a thing or two. Senior Brother Ning, can we follow behind you on this trip to the ancient immortal secret realm? Senior Brother Ning, do you think I have a chance to be ranked on the Earth Immortal ranking? I don't want to be number 1, just top 100. Some of the Xianjian sect disciples that surrounded Ning Qi were just ordinary outer sect disciples, but some were prodigies of the inner sect. One of them was about the same as 9 swords and the rest, a great perfection of the Earth Immortal. As for which mountain peak, Ning Qi had forgotten. He seemed to have seen him before during the clan competition. Fortunately, he didn't run into Ning Qi. Are you the disciples of the missing moon peak? Ning Qi was a little impatient. When you become a disciple of the missing moon peak, you can come and ask me these questions. I might be able to give you the answers. Ning Qi added a sense of existence to the missing moon peak. The heavenly Dao rules of the immortal realm were a bit strange. The more people there were, the stronger the heavenly Dao would judge the place to be. When the time came, the more immortal Qi would be given. Now, because of various events, the immortal Qi of the missing moon peak was already stronger than before. By the looks of it, it had increased by at least 50 to 60 times. If the number of disciples could reach 10,000 like Elixir Peak, the immortal spirit Qi would double by then. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi's figure flashed slightly and vanished before everyone's eyes, and even existences at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm didn't notice where Ning Qi had gone. They sighed with emotion in their hearts. Then, many of them had the idea of going back to the moonless peak. Of course, this group of people had already been unhappy in the previous peaks and had long thought of switching. Now that Ning Qi had spoken, it made them even more determined. Top-level cultivation training ground. System, confirmed to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Ning Qi ordered. Immediately, he felt that he had mastered the first section of the 8-9 arcane art. His mind naturally knew what it meant. At the same time, his physical body seemed to have undergone some slight changes. Before Ning Qi could react, the blood and qi in each of his cells surged wildly. These blood and qi were like the immortal qi and devil qi, constantly circulating in Ning Qi's meridians. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi's physical body became as thin as a stick, like a skeleton covered with a layer of human skin. This state lasted for at least 5 to 6 years. The nature of the blood and qi had changed slightly compared to before. Finally, like a dragon entering the sea, it returned to each of Ning Qi's cells. In the middle, like a balloon, Ning Qi's physical body swelled up again. 8-9 Arcane Art, First Section. Ning Qi glanced at the attribute panel. After the imprisonment dragon-elephant technique and the 9 inner hidden gates, there was an additional attribute of the 8-9 Arcane Art. Moreover, it showed that he had mastered the first section. Even a proud golden immortal genius like Kong Wen had spent countless years to successfully cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had mastered the first layer. The system didn't show what was so mysterious about the 8-9 arcane art. Ning Qi could only try it himself. He closed his eyes and recalled the 5-clawed golden dragon that Kong Wen had transformed into. Then, there was a flash of light. When Ning Qi opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had transformed into a giant dragon that was countless miles long. An incomparably surging mortal body strength surged through his body like a raging tide. Before he had even used the 9 inner hidden gates technique, Ning Qi could already feel that his pure mortal body strength had increased by at least 10 times what it was before. 10 times the basic physical strength, and this is only the first layer of the 8-9 arcane art. What would the 9th layer be like? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. 9 inner hidden gates, first gate open. 9 inner hidden gates, second gate open. 9 inner hidden gates, all 8 gates open. Ning Qi let out a dragon roar and rushed into the clouds. As his dragon body swayed, ripples spread out in all directions. Ning Qi hadn't really fought with an early-stage golden immortal before, but before cultivating the 8-9 arcane art, he was confident that with the mountain and river purple golden hammer in his hand and all 8 gates of the 9 inner hidden gates, he could fight for hundreds of moves without being defeated. Now, when he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, his basic physical strength increased by another 10 times. In addition to the amplification of the 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Qi's combat strength had once again increased to an incredible level. Perhaps he was still not a match for an early-stage golden immortal, but at least he could completely match an early-stage golden immortal. If he could preserve his life, even if he lost, he wouldn't lose too badly. Ning Qi wandered in the sea of clouds in his dragon body for a while. Then, his body flashed, and he once again transformed into a giant monkey that was more than 100 feet tall. Ning Qi discovered that in this form, his basic strength only increased by 8 times, but it was much more flexible than the dragon body. The mountain and river purple golden hammer appeared in his hand. Chapter 2433. If I were to use the 8-9 mysteries against my enemies, it would probably catch them off guard. After Ning Qi returned to his human form, he practiced in his mind. The first layer of the 8-9 arcane art had greatly improved Ning Qi's overall strength, especially the 8 forms, which each had their own uses. I wonder if I can integrate the 8-9 mysteries into the confining dragon-elephant art and make it a secondary part. If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to cultivate the 12 heavens of the 8-9 mysteries? 3 levels higher than his own 9 heavens? When that time comes, I'm afraid that the existences that can transform. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. he immediately put his thoughts into action. He had already fused his cultivation technique with the confining dragon-elephant art dozens of times, so he quickly got into the zone. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Ning-Chi sighed softly. Unlike the 9-flame Deluopalm, the 8-9 arcane arts level was too high. Ning-Chi had tried it countless times, but it had always ended in failure. Moreover, the duration of each failure was about the same. This meant that even if Ning-Chi spent more time on it, it was basically impossible for him to master the 8-9 arcane art. The 9 mysteries art merged with the prison-suppressing dragon-elephant art. If he forced it, the final result would be a huge explosion when the two cultivation methods collided. Ning-Chi's body would be their battlefield. Crippling his cultivation would be the best result, but the worst result would be that Ning-Chi would die. Since he couldn't integrate the 8-9 arcane art into the prison elephant art, Ning-Chi decided to see how he could cultivate the second level of the 8-9 arcane art. At that time, the number of things that he could transform into should increase by 8, and after the transformation, the increase in various attributes would obviously be even greater. It was just like the 9 inner hidden gates of the immortal realm. The only difference was that Ning-Chi felt that the 8-9 arcane art was much stronger than the 9 inner hidden gate. Aside from increasing his physical strength, it also had other mysterious abilities. For example, Ning-Chi could now transform into a housefly. This was one of his 8 transformations. Don't underestimate this fly transformation. At first, Ning-Chi couldn't accept it, but after trying it out, he found that the fly he transformed into had a special kind of fluctuation, or perhaps a special kind of divine ability. Ning-Chi would have to find an opportunity to test this effect on the Golden Immortal of the Wind and Cloud sect stationed here to find out its specific effects. Half a month later, Ning-Chi's expression was a little strange. After half a month of research, he discovered that the way to advance the 8-9 mysteries was very different from ordinary cultivation methods. Kong Wen's guess was right. The 8-9 mysteries required the power of blood and qi. The reason why Ning-Chi was able to successfully cultivate to the first layer of heaven was that the power of qi and blood in his body was just enough. It was not because of the system's help. The system had only asked if Ning-Chi wanted to cultivate, but it did not directly let Ning-Chi advance to the first layer of the 8-9 mysteries. It was just like cooking a dish. Ning-Chi had to prepare his own ingredients, and the system would help him turn these ingredients into a delicacy. If Ning-Chi had not prepared enough ingredients beforehand, he might not have been able to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Instead, his qi and blood might have been sucked dry and he would have died. That was why Ning-Chi's expression was so strange. In the blink of an eye, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. The previous material was Ning-Chi's qi and blood. Now, the qi and blood in Ning-Chi's body was somewhat different from before. There was a trace of special power in it that could no longer be used for a breakthrough. In order to advance the 8-9 mysteries to the second layer, Ning-Chi needed new qi and blood. As long as the power of incense is sufficient and there are enough dragon blood pills, I can advance the 8-9 mysteries to the second layer when my demonic cultivation reaches a certain level. After studying for a long time, he still needed to be strong to forge iron. Even the system did not seem to have any shortcuts for Ning-Chi to take. At the very least, he had to prepare the ingredients himself. There was still quite a bit of time before the next opening of the ancient immortal mystic realm. Ning-Chi prepared to cultivate the 5th stage descend technique. Among the 5th stage immortal techniques of the Jade Clear sect, Ning-Chi did not plan to cultivate the sword kinesis technique because he only had a black sword that would break at the slightest touch. As for the other immortal techniques, they were useless compared to the 33 subsections of the confining dragon and elephant technique. Only the descending technique caught Ning-Chi's interest. He was thinking that if he cultivated the descending technique, Even if his spirit could not descend to the central continent, could he send some cultivation resources to Fangsuan Mountain? For example, the spirit jade pill? To the creator, spirit jade pills were considered miraculous pills. With a large number of spirit jade pills, the disciples of the War God Temple would be able to break through quickly in no time. Apart from his talent in alchemy and weapon forging, Ning Qi's talent in cultivation was actually very average. It was not the worst, but it was certainly not the most outstanding. Therefore, he sat in the top-notch cultivation training ground for about 500 years before he had some understanding of the descending technique. Following this understanding, Ning Qi cultivated for another 500 years. In total, it was a whole 1,000 years. One day, Ning Qi kept capturing the aura of Fangsuan Mountain in his sea of consciousness. The distance between him and Fangsuan Mountain was very, very far. If he wanted to use the dragon-slaying crystal to return, it might be an astronomical figure. However, it was not too difficult to capture the aura. One of the conditions for casting the descending technique was to know the exact coordinates of the place you wanted to descend. Ning Qi did not know the specific coordinates of the central continent, but he had always maintained a close connection with Fangsuan Mountain. After all, this was a sect building he bought from the dragon-slaying mall. Found it! Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Then, he took out the remaining spirit jade pills and earth spiritual pills from his spatial bag and added a jade slip. Ning Qi left some images in this jade slip. Kong Wen said that Yuqing Sect's rank 5 descending technique couldn't descend souls, but this jade slip shouldn't be able to. It should be inside, right? For the sake of safety, Ning Qi also left a note, in case the people of Fangsuan Mountain didn't know what was going on and ate the earth spirit pill. With the cultivation of Dongfang Haojie and the others, if they took the earth spirit pill at once, it was very likely that their bodies would explode and they would die. The next moment Ning Qi closed his eyes. About 10 minutes later, Ning Qi's aura became more and more mysterious. Then, a white light flashed and everything in front of Ning Qi disappeared. At the same time, Ning Qi's aura dropped rapidly and his spirit became a lot more sluggish. Did I succeed? Or did I fail? Ning Qi had no experience in casting the descending technique. At this moment, he did not know whether his things had been sent back to Fangsuan Mountain. Central Continent. Fangsuan Mountain. Haotian, go find Sister Yuer and Sister Ling. Handsome uncle's bones are almost broken by you. Chapter 2434. Bang! Duan Yingjun soared into the sky again. Duan Feifei was no longer as nervous as before. She looked at Ning Haotian helplessly and said, "Little Haotian, can you stop hitting your Uncle Duan? No matter what, he followed your father through thick and thin. I only challenged Uncle Duan to a duel. Auntie Feifei, are you going to scold me?" Ning Haotian's eyes immediately turned red, and there were even tears in them. He looked at Duan Feifei pitifully and said in a childish voice, "Of course not." Duan Feifei quickly hugged Ning Haotian and comforted him in a low voice. At this time, she realized that Duan Yingjun was silent. He should have flown back by now. Could it be that he was knocked out by a single punch? Thinking of this, Duan Feifei's expression immediately became a little nervous. She carried Ning Haotian and rushed in the direction that Duan Yingjun had flown to. However, he discovered that a large group of people had suddenly gathered in front of him. Fang Lingming, Dongfang Haojie, Shi Lu, Venerable Python, and Duan Yingjun. It seemed like the higher-ups of the War God Temple, the Wang family, and the Blood Puppet clan were all here. "Mother!" Ning Haotian struggled out of Duan Feifei's embrace and flew into Fang Lingming's embrace. "Handsome, what's wrong?" Duan Feifei felt that something was wrong. Duan Yingjun's expression was grave as he pointed to the front. Within the encirclement, there were countless porcelain bottles. Although these bottles were not opened yet, there was already a comfortable aura coming from them. It was as if just smelling it could increase one's cultivation by a lot. What are these? How did you get it? Duan Feifei asked subconsciously. Dongfang Haojie said with a solemn expression. They suddenly appeared. Could it be that Heart Mountain has already been sensed by some existence? Just kill him. Li Macho said lightly. Master's words make sense. Hu Qingzi lightly swept his horsetail whisk and said indifferently. The others naturally wouldn't care about this pair of master and disciple. The most important thing right now was to find out if there was a powerful existence that had descended upon the central mainland. If there was, they would have to make preparations. If Fangtsuan Mountain was really exposed, it would inevitably be somewhat dangerous. This is. Fang Lingming's eyes lit up. She raised her hand, and a jade slip and a piece of paper fell into her hand. My wife, Lingming, Fang Lingming said softly. The first sentence caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Then, the worry on their faces disappeared and was replaced with excitement. Yes, boss. Silence. Everyone looked at Fang Lingming in anticipation. After she finished reading the contents on the paper, they let out sighs of relief. I didn't expect the boss to really come to the world of immortals. Isn't the ancestral planet too far away from our central continent? Let's go find him. Duan Injun looked excited. In a place like that, unless you are a human immortal, you would be incapable of protecting yourself. Killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Li Macho glanced at Duan Injun indifferently. Duan Injun choked. Then, he forced a smile and said, Didn't boss give us some spirit jade pill and earth spirit pill? Everyone, share them. We'll eat and drink. When the time comes, we'll definitely reach human immortal even in our sleep. Li Macho shook her head and didn't say anything. Holy Mother, this scroll must have been left behind by the North Mystic Celestial Lord. Venerable Shilu reminded. Fang Lingming nodded her head and swept out with her spiritual will. With a flick of her finger, the jade letter turned into dust and a figure appeared in front of everyone. It's boss. Everyone was excited. They hadn't seen Ningqi for too many years. Now that they knew that Ningqi was doing well and was able to send them a large batch of immortal pills from afar, it meant that Ningqi was doing well. Mom, is this Daddy? Ning Haotian sucked on his finger and said in a muffled voice. Yes, this is your daddy. You must remember him so that you can find him in the future. Fang Lingming said with a smile. Can Daddy eat it? Ning Haotian asked. Everyone. Ningqi didn't say much because he wasn't sure if the descend technique would work. He only told them how to take the Spirit Jade pill and warned them not to take the Earth Spirit pill before they reached the perfected human immortal realm. Otherwise, their bodies might explode. After all, they were different from Ningqi. Finally, Ningqi also added that he would give them spiritual jade pills and earth spiritual pills from time to time, so that if they could eat as much as they wanted. Boss knows me best. Duan Injun couldn't help but exclaim. Palace Master Dongfang, how do you want to distribute these pills? Go ahead. Fang Lingming said with a smile. All right. Dongfang Haojie nodded with a smile. With this batch of pills, everyone's cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they could head to the legendary world of immortals. And it should be a success just now. After Ningqi regulated his breathing for several months, he once again used the descending technique. However, this time, he sat 10 meters away, so he didn't consume too much essence qi. The thing he was about to descend successfully moved from in front of Ningqi to 10 meters away. After trying it a few more times, Ningqi was sure that his first time using the descent spell was a success. This was because when he failed, there would be violent fluctuations that would make his blood and qi churn non-stop. The entrance to the ancient immortal secret realm was about to open. With a thought, Ning Qi turned into a ruddy-skinned brawny man with a large beard in a few breaths. At the entrance to the ancient, immortal secret realm. There was a sea of people, and many of them were looking around as if they were looking for something. A golden immortal stood in the void and stared at the crowd coldly. He glanced around and a hint of suspicion flashed through his eyes. Where is Ning Beixian? But soon, he didn't have time to worry about it. The ancient immortal secret realm's next cycle had opened. Batches of corpses and immortals were teleported out. He didn't know what happened this time, but all the disciples of the Wind and Cloud sect were dead. But there wasn't a single true disciple among them. Senior. Another low-grade Dao artifact appeared inside. It was stolen by a rogue cultivator. He's on a killing spree inside. The immortals who were teleported out were more or less injured. One of them shouted excitedly at the golden immortal from the Wind and Cloud sect. When they heard that another low-grade Dao artifact had appeared in the ancient immortal secret realm, their spirits lifted. As for the dead Wind and Cloud sect disciples, they only thought that they were inferior. Therefore, almost all of them became restless and excited, imagining themselves one day wielding a low-grade Dao artifact. They would go on a killing spree and become the next Ning Beixian. Chapter 2435. That's right. That rogue cultivator became arrogant and said that he doesn't care about the Wind and Cloud sect at all. He wants to become the second Ning Beixian. Become the second Ning Beixian? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. They only dared to think about it in their hearts. Who would have thought that someone would shout it out in the open? The Wind Cloud sect's people were furious. If it wasn't for Ning Qi, how could an ordinary rogue cultivator dare to be so arrogant? It was all because Ning Qi had knocked out Ling Yuan with 3 strikes of the rod, causing the Wind Cloud sect's prestige to plummet. Another low-grade Dao artifact? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. This way, he wouldn't need to go to the Merit Tower to exchange for a low-grade Dao artifact. He could directly snatch it and head to the Stone River Pill sect to exchange for the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Other than that, he had another choice, the Clear Treasure Pavilion in the Liang River Market. It was said that it was full of wonders. There should be a recipe for the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Hey, the Wind and Cloud sect's golden immortal sneered and waved his hand. The entrance to the ancient immortal secret realm is open. Hurry up and go in. The disciples of the Xianjian sect were still looking left and right, searching for traces of Ning Qi, while the golden immortal was sizing them up one by one, as if he wanted to see if Ning Qi was hiding in the crowd, but even after everyone had entered, he did not look. To Ning Qi, be it the golden immortal or the other cultivators, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This time, a low-grade Dao artifact had appeared in the ancient immortal mystic realm, and Ning Qi seemed to have left early. Their chances of obtaining a low-grade Dao artifact had increased significantly. Ancient immortal secret dimension. The last time he came here, Ning Qi was just a puny human immortal, and his combat power was not that strong. If he did not have the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers, he would not be a match for a celestial immortal. But now, Ning Qi did not even need to use the purple golden hammer of mountains and rivers. With a punch and a kick, he could make a celestial immortal swear and curse, and a golden immortal could not enter. After entering the ancient immortal secret ground, it could be said that Ning Qi was an invincible existence in the ancient immortal secret grounds. Is this brother a disciple of the mountain-destroying sect? A few Wind Cloud sect disciples nearby who were teleported to the same location as Ning Qi saw him. Their eyes lit up and they cupped their fists. In Immortal Abode, it was easier to recognize the disciples of Mountain Destruction sect. Because of their cultivation techniques, the immortals of Mountain Destruction sect had round waists and thick arms. They looked similar to Ning Qi's current appearance. Not bad. Ning Qi nodded and smiled. This time, that rogue cultivator has a low-grade Dao artifact. Even if his combat strength isn't comparable to Ning Beishuan's, it's still extremely difficult to deal with. If we don't work together, it's almost impossible for us to take the Dao artifact from him. Why don't you join us? The Wind Cloud Sect disciple said. Sure, do you know where he is? The earlier we get there, the higher our chances. Ning Qi laughed. Don't worry, the news will arrive in a few days. How should I address you? The man smiled confidently. Even though the last batch of Wind and Cloud Sect disciples had been annihilated, that was because they didn't have a heavenly immortal's legacy. This time, it wouldn't be long before the news of a low-grade Dao artifact would spread to the various sections. At that time, the legacy disciples and geniuses would arrive one after another. Not only that, there would definitely be more and more sect disciples entering the ancient city. He was just a rogue cultivator, not Ning Beixian. Where could he hide in the Xiantian arcane realm? I'm Luo Wei. Ning Qi smiled. So it's Brother Luo. The Wind and Cloud Sect disciples also exchanged names with Ning Qi. Then, they formed a group to try their luck and see if they could bump into that rogue cultivator. All of them were inner sect geniuses. Even though they knew that the legacy disciples would arrive in a few days, who wouldn't be tempted by a low-grade Dao artifact. Back then, in addition to heavenly immortals and golden immortals, there were also countless earth immortals and even human immortals. It was not until the later stages that most of the human immortals and earth immortals disappeared, leaving only some heavenly immortals who persevered. Ha ha ha! Which one of you sect disciples can take a strike from my spear? A roar came from afar. Ning Qi and the others exchanged glances and immediately headed in the direction of the roar. Before long, they saw a young man with an early-stage earth immortal aura pointing at the immortals around him with a long spear. The immortals all had traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. How dare you? You're just an early-stage earth immortal. So what if you have a low-grade Dao artifact? Do you think you can escape from the ancient immortal secret realm? Ning Beixian fooled you all with his human immortal cultivation. Today, I, Qiu Shilong, will be the same as him. You want to suppress me? No way. When I leave this place, I'll find Ning Beixian and fight him. Let's see if his hammer is stronger or my spear is sharper. Qiu Shilong laughed maniacally. His long spear contained the power of 150 Dao. It was even more powerful than the mountain and river purple golden hammer. That was why he dared to say such arrogant words and even wanted to fight Ning Qi. Arrogant brat! A cold voice suddenly came from the sky. The Wind and Cloud Sect disciples beside Ning Qi were excited. It's senior brother Ling Hu. In the blink of an eye, Ling Hu Yuanqiu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Wrapped in boundless immortal qi, he bombarded Qiu Shilong. A sky immortal's legacy. Since Ling Hu Yuanqiu is here, the others should be arriving soon. We won't get a share of the Dao artifact this time. Even if they don't come, Qiu Shilong has a low-grade Dao artifact. We're no match for him. Just now, a few dozen people ganged up on him, but they couldn't even block a single move from him. Good timing! Qiu Shilong laughed and stabbed at Ling Hu Yuanqiu with his long spear. The next moment, the crowd felt the air freeze. They saw a layer of frost spreading out. In the blink of an eye, Ling Hu Yuanqiu's immortal qi was frozen in midair. Seeing this, Ling Hu Yuanqiu forcefully retracted it. After being pushed back 1,000 feet, the crowd discovered that his sleeves had already been frozen white. If he had been one step slower, he would have ended up like the immortal qi, frozen into a block of ice. Ling Hu Yuanqiu? I heard that you're a true disciple of the Wind and Cloud Sect. Looks like you're just SOSO. Qiu Shilong held his spear and looked at Ling Hu Yuanqiu with a faint smile. Arrogant. You're just taking advantage of a Dao artifact. Without that low-grade Dao artifact, You're not even a match for senior brother Ling Hu's finger. A mere rogue cultivator dares to criticize senior brother Ling Hu? Let's see how you'll beg for mercy in front of us once you lose that low-grade Tao artifact. The Wind and Cloud sect disciples immediately retorted. Chapter 2436. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Qiu Shilong's laughter rumbled like thunder. His face was filled with savagery. Didn't Ning Beixian also beat you up with a low-grade Tao artifact? If he can do it, I can do it too. The Wind Cloud sect's disciples were speechless. They wanted to refute but didn't know where to start. They could only glare at Qiu Shilong angrily. You're wrong. Ning Beixian's strength has nothing to do with Tao artifacts. The Heavenly Tao list doesn't calculate a person's strength. Back then, when Ning Beixian was in the Mystic Sword sect, he defeated the genius of the Scarlet Thunder sect, Fenglin Xianguang. He has the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Do you really think that he can only defeat us with a low-grade Tao artifact? Ling Hu Yuanqiu's eyes flashed with mockery. You're wrong. We can't suppress Ning Beixian even if we work together. As for you, you can be easily suppressed by a dozen Heaven Immortal Core disciples. The matter with Leng Yuan made Ling Hu Yuanqiu worry for a long time, afraid that the sect would find out that he was the one who told Ning Qi about Leng Yuan's whereabouts, although Leng Yuan did not have any intention of hiding his whereabouts, and was openly waiting for him at the Xianjian sect's side. It was precisely because of this that Ling Hu Yuanqiu's judgment of Ning Qi's cultivation had undergone an enormous change. Following that was the matter of the Heavenly Tao rankings. From that moment onwards, no one among the true disciples was naive enough to believe that Ning Qi's battle prowess came from a low-grade Tao weapon. Bullshit. You've said everything. You said that Ning Beixian is strong, so he's strong? You said that I'm weak, so I'm weak? What are you waiting for? Come and kill me! Qiu Shilong roared. Ling Hu Yuanqiu's eyes flashed with anger. He decided that he would kill Niu Haishi and the other geniuses on the spot when they arrived. You don't dare? Then I'll kill you myself. Haha, I'd like to see how many moves the Wind and Cloud sect's true disciple can take against me. Qiu Shilong laughed maniacally and attacked Ling Hu Yuanqiu. Wherever he passed, a path of frost appeared out of thin air. The nearby immortals felt a chill run down their spines, forcing them to retreat several hundred zhang before they felt a little better. Their greed for the low-grade Tao tool in Qiu Shilong's hand grew stronger and stronger. The power of the great Tao clearly had something to do with frost. There were many types of ice-type great Tao in the immortal plane. Only by obtaining this spear would he be able to determine which type of great Tao it belonged to. This person's IQ is really low. Ling Hu Yuanqiu couldn't help but shake his head. He was prepared to retreat for the time being. However, his evaluation of Qiu Shilong was that he was a fool. Didn't Qiu Shilong take a good look at his own status? He was trying to imitate that monstrous genius Ning Beixian. This time, Ling Hu Yuanqiu was extremely confident that he could snatch the low-grade Tao tool from Qiu Shilong. Let's leave first and let him run wild for a while. Ling Hu Yuanqiu transmitted his voice to all the Wind and Cloud sect disciples. With that, just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly broke through the air and blocked Qiu Shilong's path. What is Brother Luowei trying to do? The Wind and Cloud sect's inner sect geniuses who were with Ning Qi jumped in fright. Then, one of them reacted and sneered, I'm afraid he's crazy. His mind was taken over by greed after seeing the low-grade Tao tool. Even senior brother Ling Hu couldn't suppress him. Luowei is just an early-stage earthly immortal. What can he do? He's just throwing his life away. Ling Hu Yuanqiu's gaze landed on Ning Qi. He was a little surprised. An ordinary earthly immortal wouldn't be this stupid. Knowing that Ning Qi had a low-grade Tao tool, he still wanted to throw his life away. Could it be This person also has a low-grade Dao tool? This wasn't impossible. This was an ancient, immortal secret realm. There might be many undiscovered Dao tools here. If even Qiu Shilong could obtain one, others would naturally have a chance as well. The nearby immortals were attracted by Ning Qi's actions. They all looked at Ning Qi, trying to guess his identity. Scram! Qiu Shilong frowned at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was just an earthly immortal, Qiu Shilong thrust his spear at him. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi was dead for sure, Ning Qi's body swayed and easily dodged Qiu Shilong's attack. Qiu Shilong was taken aback, then he sneered. It was normal for his attack to be dodged. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Ning Qi. Let's talk nicely. What's the point of using a spear? Ning Qi smiled. Oh. Qiu Shilong glanced at Ling Hu Yuanqiu. Seeing that Ling Hu Yuanqiu had no intention of leaving, Qiu Shilong turned to Ning Qi and said, "What do you want to say to me? I don't take in lackeys. You can forget about being my lackey. I want to discuss something with you. I'll use an earth spirit pill to exchange for your spear. What do you think?" Ning Qi smiled and extended his palm. A top-grade Tier 2 earth spirit pill lay quietly on it. The scene became quiet. Qiu Shilong looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. "Are you an idiot? What kind of joke was this? A top-grade Tier 2 Earth spiritual pill wanted to exchange for a low-grade Dao artifact that contained a total of 150 Dao energies? What a joke. It's fine if you don't want to trade. Why are you scolding me?" Ning Qi's expression turned cold. "So what if I scold you? Are you going to bite me?" Qiu Shilong blurted out. Immediately after, he did not intend to waste any more words with Ning Qi. He once again brandished his spear and attacked Ning Qi. This time, Qiu Shilong had already used 80 to 90% of his power. The world suddenly turned into a white world. The sky began to snow like goose feathers, covering an extremely large area. Seeing this, everyone turned around and fled in panic. Because these large snowflakes contained a terrifying aura, and probably every single snowflake carried terrifying energy of the Grand Tao. Even if they didn't die upon landing on one's body, they would be heavily injured. Ning Qi was Qiu Shilong's target. His hair and eyebrows were already invaded by the Tao force. Before the spear could land on him, Ning Qi had already turned into a snowman. Trash! Qiu Shilong retracted his spear. In his opinion, Ning Qi was already dead, frozen in midair by the Tao force. Therefore, Qiu Shilong ignored Ning Qi and headed towards Ling Hu Yuanqiu. "Ling Hu Tianjiao, come and fight with me. If you dare to run, you are Wu." Qiu Shilong suddenly realized that his arm was grabbed by someone. In the blink of an eye, his hands were empty. "Where's my Dao weapon?" Qiu Shilong reacted. His face turned pale as he looked at the snowman holding the spear in front of him in disbelief. Boom! You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.